Hey everyone, just a reminder to subscribe. The walk to the blind is always a lesson in controlled fear. It was November in the northern woods. Definitely cold. Physical weight on your chest kind of cold. Pressing the breath right out of you. I was hiking a familiar trail, one that I walked 100 times. But at 4:30 a.m., the woods are a different country. My headlamp cut a narrow, bouncing tunnel through the oak and pine, turning the morning mist into a wall of silver gauze. Every snap of a dry twig under my boot sounded like a gunshot at that time. Every rustle in the brush felt like a pair of eyes watching my back. This was unusual. I reached the blind just as the first hint of gray began to leak into the eastern horizon. It wasn't enough to see by, just enough to make the shadows look deeper. I climbed in, settled onto my stool, and I went through the ritual of silence. I checked my gear by the dim red light of the headlamp. Then, with a sharp click, I turned it off. The darkness that followed was all-encompassing. It wasn't just the absence of light. It was a heavy, velvety pressure. I sat there letting my eyes adjust, breathing through the nose to keep the steam from my breath from clouding my vision. For 15 minutes, the woods were exactly what they were supposed to be. Cold, quiet, and dead. Anything odd I'd felt had disappeared. But then, the blue appeared. It started near a patch of deadfall about 20 yards to my left. A massive tangled heap of downed cedar and rotting pine. It was just bleaching in the sun for years. But it was out of the center of that gray wood that a small orb of light pulsed into existence. It was blue, like a light I'd never seen. When you see a flashlight or a car's high beams, there's a throw, a beam that illuminates the air and the objects around it. This wasn't like that. This light was contained, a perfect sphere, no bigger than a golf ball. And its brightness was impossible. It was a blue so vibrant it felt like it was vibrating on a frequency that my eyes couldn't even register. It didn't cast a glow on the branches that it passed. It seemed to exist in its own pocket of reality. A hole cut out of the night and filled with sapphire neon. It didn't drift like a lantern or float like a swamp gas bubble. It raced. The orb began to whip around the deadfall with a violent, jagged intelligence. It moved in sharp right-angle turns that defied the laws of inertia, zipping through the chaotic lattice of branches without even touching them. It was fast, faster than a bird or any insect. It looked like a subatomic particle being tackled in a cloud chamber. I was just standing there. My hand stayed clamped on my knee. My knuckles were white. I didn't reach for my bow. I really didn't even think about it. Every rational part of my brain was trying to categorize it. A drone? No. It was silent. Completely. Unnervingly silent. A reflection, but from what? There was no light source to reflect. Bioluminescence? No fungus or insect on Earth glows with that kind of electric piercing intensity. It certainly doesn't move like that. I never knew light could be so scary. But truly, it was. Most lights have a soft edge or a gradient where the glow meets the dark. But this, it just had a razor-sharp boundary. It looked solid. As I said, cut out from the blackness. As it circled the deadfall, the speed increased. It became a blur of blue electricity, a ring of neon light that seemed to be searching for something within the rotted wood. I could feel the hairs on my arms stand up. It wasn't from the cold, just the sudden charge in the air. It was reminiscent of just before a thunderstorm hits and fills the blind. But there was no storm. I kept calm, or at least I forced my body to remain still. I knew instinctively that if I moved, if I made a sound, that jagged blue would snap its attention towards me. I felt like prey watching a predator from a dimension I didn't quite understand. Then, just as it had appeared, it stopped. It hovered for a fraction of a second at the very peak of a jagged cedar branch. It pulsed once, a light so bright that it left a blue ghost burned into my retinas, and it simply vanished. Not a fade out. It just ceased to exist. The woods, they returned to a heavy silence, a normal silence. There was no pressure, no feeling of being watched. I ended up sitting in that blind for another 3 hours. I didn't see a single deer, though. The woods felt empty, as if every living thing for a mile had tucked itself away into the earth to hide from whatever that was. When the sun was finally high enough to cast shadows, I walked over to the deadfall. I expected to see scorched wood or disturbed leaves, but there was nothing. Just the same old rotting cedar, the smell of wet earth. But I noticed one thing. The birds, which should have been there in the morning, active and loud, were completely silent in that specific patch of woods. I hiked back to my truck in record time. I've been hunting that spot for years, but I've never gone back since that specific time. Some people say that it's ball lightning. Others say it's earth lights. But they didn't see the way it moved. They didn't see the way that it seemed to know the area. Whatever the blue spark was, I don't think it was a weather phenomenon. I think it was a visitor. For 10-year-old me, camp was pure magic. 2 weeks of freedom from school, endless games of capture the flag, and nightly ghost stories around a crackling campfire. Our cabin, the Bear Den, was a ramshackle wood structure, nestled deep within the woods, far enough from the main lodge that the only sounds at night were the crickets and the rustling leaves. Our counselor, Mike, was the coolest. He had a scruffy beard, knew 1,000 knots, and told the best spooky stories. His voice was deep and reassuring. It always made you feel safe, even when he was describing a headless ghost. He was our anchor in the wilderness, for sure. One particularly chilly night, we were all gathered around the communal fire pit, roasting marshmallows to a perfect golden crisp. Mike was mid-story, his voice a low murmur, painting a picture of a lost hiker in these very woods. The flames danced, casting long shadows. They made the surrounding trees seem to sway and beckon. Suddenly, a twig snapped loudly from the direction of the woods behind our cabin. We all jumped, and Mike paused his story, listening. Probably just a deer, he chuckled, trying to ease the tension, but his eyes, I noticed, scanned the darkness with a flicker of concern. Then, we heard, "Chris, come here, buddy. I need your help for a second." It was Mike's voice. There was no doubt about it. It was warm, familiar, maybe just a bit muffled, as if he was speaking from a short distance away through something. It came from the direction of our cabin, not 20 yards from where we sat. I looked at Mike. We all did. He was still seated on his log, holding a half-eaten marshmallow on a stick. His eyes were as wide as ours, and his brow was furrowed in confusion. He looked at us. "What was that?" one of the other kids had whispered. His voice was trembling slightly. I don't know," Mike said. His voice was noticeably nervous. I didn't say anything. But the voice, it certainly sounded like his. Everyone, including Mike, must have thought so. I was sitting there, quietly, waiting for Mike to react. The cadence, the slight rasp of his voice. Why had it said my name? My eyes flickered between the real Mike, who was now standing, with a worried expression on his face, and the dark path leading to our cabin. Every fiber of my being wanted to go. Mike was calling me. He needed me. And he had something to show me. The words felt like an invitation, a secret shared between us. I had to go, of course. That's really what I felt in my brain. Even though I could see Mike right next to me. I saw the way that he was now looking at the path. It wasn't just concern anymore. He was in fear. His hand instinctively went to the small hatchet that he kept on his belt for splitting kindling, a gesture that I'd never seen him make. "No one moves," Mike said. His voice was low and firm, completely different from the voice that had just called my name. "Chris, don't go near that cabin." The mimic voice from the darkness seemed to grow impatient, though, deciding to show itself again. "Chris, what's taking you so long?" There was a subtle shift in his voice this time, a microscopic deviation from Mike's true tone. A fraction of a second too long on a vowel, a certain flatness to the S sound, whatever you want to call it. It wasn't the same Mike. It was like looking at a photograph of someone that you knew intimately and noticing a strange, almost distortion in their eyes. It was Mike's voice, sure, but it felt thin, deceptive. The real Mike, seeing the hesitant yearning in my eyes, stepped forward, putting himself between me, all the other kids, and the path to the cabin. He picked up a burning log from the fire pit, ignoring the searing heat, and he held it up like a torch. The firelight flickered wildly, pushing back these encroaching shadows. The calling stopped, but there was nothing there. The woods were silent, not even crickets. The only sound was the crackle of the fire and the ragged breath of 10 boys huddled together. We spent the rest of the night crammed into small tents. Everyone was a bit too scared to go back to the cabin, and I don't think Mike really knew what to do. He never explicitly told us what he thought it was, but his hushed warnings about things that play tricks in the deep woods and never trusting a voice when you can't see the person, it just sort of stuck with me. The next morning, the sun was bright, the birds were singing, and the incident felt like a bad dream. We checked the cabin. Nothing seemed out of place. But the memory, that pull that mimicked voice had, it lingered. It was the only time that it ever happened, a solitary, chilling event, but I couldn't get it out of my head. I never looked at the woods the same again. Every rustle of leaves, every distant call, it carries a fraction of that night's terror. I learned that some voices aren't meant to be answered, especially when the person they belong to is standing right in front of you. Some things in the wilderness don't just mimic, they invite, and sometimes the invitation is the most dangerous part, especially if you can't resist it. I think about that. If I'd heard that voice, and Mike wasn't right in front of me, I would have followed it. Absolutely. And then what? Most of the marketing team had cleared out by 5 p.m. It was a Friday after all. Everyone's always eager for their weekend. But for the few of us still grinding, chasing deadlines, and fighting the good fight against impending Monday doom, the open plan office transformed. Desks became islands, shadowed by the glow of monitors, and the usual bustling space felt vast, almost cavernous. I was hunched over my keyboard, wrestling with a particularly stubborn campaign brief when I heard something. "Liam, can you check these numbers for me?" It was Tammy's voice. Tammy is our senior analyst, known for her perpetually calm demeanor, her uncanny ability to spot a rogue decimal point from 50 spaces. I glanced up, expecting to see her leaning over the partition of my cubicle, or perhaps even walking towards her own desk. But she wasn't there. The aisle was, in fact, empty. "Tammy?" I called out. My voice sounded strangely quiet. There was no reply. I shrugged it off. Maybe she'd stepped out for a moment. Perhaps the sound had carried from deeper within the office. Or I was just overtired. I went back to my brief. Surely she'd have to show me the numbers she wanted me to check. Minutes later, the voice came again, further away this time, but a little more urgent. "Liam, seriously, I need those figures reconciled. Did you hear me?" This time it was unmistakably from the small kitchenette area, just beyond the meeting rooms. I pushed my chair back, a faint sense of annoyance mixed with growing unease. Tammy was usually more patient. I walked toward the kitchenette, intending to tell her that I'd be with her in a minute, that I was just wrapping something up. As I approached, I saw Robert, one of our graphic designers. He was standing by the coffee machine with his back to me. He was staring intently at the bubbling carafe. "Hey, Robert, is Tammy in there?" I asked, gesturing vaguely toward the kitchenette. Robert turned, a confused expression on his face. "Tammy? No, why?" "I keep hearing her call my name. She's asking about numbers," I explained. I was feeling a little foolish. "Sounded like she was in here," I said. Robert frowned. "That's weird because I just heard David calling my name from the supply room. But I checked and Celeste said that David left an hour ago anyway. Hot date or something. Maybe Celeste was calling your name." I thought that was strange. David is our creative director, and he had a booming laugh with an even louder speaking voice. If he'd been here, we'd all know it. "You're serious?" I asked. "Yeah," Robert replied, looking around the deserted office. I thought maybe I was just hearing things because I'm hopped up on too much cheap coffee, but you too, huh? Before either of us could fully process it, the overhead lights flickered once, then twice, then plunging the far end of the office into temporary darkness, before buzzing back to life. In that brief moment of darkness, there was a sound. I didn't recognize this voice, but it simply said, "What are you doing in there?" This time, we both heard it at the same time. Robert and I spun around simultaneously. The office was still empty. The screens of dormant computers cast this weird glow on all the empty chairs. Suddenly, this space felt eerie. No one was there. "Let's go," Robert whispered. His eyes were wide. "Right now." We didn't bother logging off. I don't even think we grabbed our bags. We practically ran to the elevators, pressing the down button with frantic urgency. The journey down was filled with fear. Each floor number glowing was like a malevolent red as we descended. Nothing felt right about the whole thing. Every hum, every creak of the old building, it felt like some new sound being conjured. When the elevator doors finally opened to the brightly lit lobby, the sudden rush of normal city sounds, distant traffic, a siren, someone talking on their phone, someone we could see. We didn't say much on the walk to the parking garage. We just kept looking over our shoulders, half expecting to hear one of our names be called out. That next Monday, Tammy and David were their usual selves, completely oblivious to their mimics. We never told them what we'd heard. How could you? How do you explain that part of your otherwise unremarkable office building in the dead of night? You began to hear parroted voices of your colleagues, calling you to empty rooms. Robert and I developed some unspoken rule: never be the last ones in the office. And if you hear your name called when no one is around to say it, just keep walking. Don't respond. And definitely, don't go looking. Part of me wishes that I'd never actually chased after that voice, that I just kept working on my campaign. But I didn't. And when I found nothing, well, that was harder to reconcile than just thinking I was hearing something. My buddy and I hiked into a state forest where the AT runs through this past spring, with the plan to spend a couple of days out there to camp and hunt turkeys. We'd been up there a few times that winter, and we knew of a few general areas near a shelter to set up our tent, where it was flat and not very rocky. We were getting our tent set up and then planning on a quick hike to some spots to check for turkey signs before it got dark. He was loading some of his gear in the tent when I walked to the edge of a little clearing that we'd set up to take a leak. I swear I saw and heard a person moving quickly away from the edge of the clearing, but through some super thick mountain laurel. I didn't think much of it since we were near a trail and there was a shelter less than a quarter mile away. I figured it was a guy looking for a spot to get set up. After our short scouting hike, we got back and it was starting to get dark, but it was still bright enough to see with no headlamp. We decided to make a little fire and hang out a while we ate dinner. I start walking around the edge of the clearing looking for firewood when I saw movement and heard running again. This time I let out a "yo" to make sure our presence was known, and I heard the running fade off. Was a little spooked, but nothing happened after that. At least not to me. When I got back, my buddy said, "Why were you throwing shit?" I looked at him, confused. I wasn't throwing shit. He said he saw several rocks coming from the area where I would have been standing, being tossed into our camp area. I told him that wasn't me. But I told him what I'd seen, or heard, rather. We still don't know what it was. Logically, a deer doesn't make sense for the rocks, but it could for what I saw. But I also swear I saw a person. Like they even had a red t-shirt or something. We ended up setting up there again the next night and went into the thick stuff to get a good spot to dig a hole. We went right to the spot that I saw whatever I saw. It was clear that this wasn't a proper spot to set up. Whatever was over here had really been trying to not be noticed. Yet somehow, I noticed. Possibly, we got really lucky. So yeah, don't really have much of an explanation for it, but it was certainly weird, and the only thing that ever gave me pause in the woods with that feeling that something isn't right. The wind moved through the pines, brushing against the trunks and scattering the brittle needles across the wet earth. Cooper was the first to see them. He was the first to run. Jesse and I followed, not knowing exactly what we were running from and losing any sense of where we had started with the zigzag pattern that Cooper made through the woods. Our progress was impossible to track. All the while, a heavy gallop from behind kept its pace with us. We couldn't maintain our speed forever, and Cooper pointed to a tree with branches low enough for us to climb. All three of us were proficient climbers with or without our gear. He helped boost Jesse and I up, and we shared the first branch that we could reach that could support our weight. As Cooper started to dig his boots into the bark of the tree, I tried to lay on my stomach, and I reached my arm down towards him. Jesse screamed, telling Cooper to hurry. He ignored my extended arm and worked his way up the base of the tree faster than Jesse and I did with his assistance. He climbed to a branch above ours. When he made it up, a hush came over us as we tried to spot the entities chasing us. But it seemed we were alone again. We stayed balanced in the tree for most of the night. Standing on his branch, Cooper told us that he was pretty sure he could see a road 16 kilometers away. He pointed in a direction that we all agreed to go to the next morning. The forest was black when we heard them return. Meters below, we heard intelligent footsteps circle the tree. They took their time, building deliberate anticipation, communicating with each other in a high vibrato of chirps. The noises they made were barely audible to our ears. A large piece of bark was torn from the trunk as one of them tried to climb up to us. It would have been too close if we waited to see its true form. Jesse climbed to the branch that Cooper was on. It creaked when they moved over to allow space for me. I think we all knew the branch couldn't hold all of our weight. I should have accepted my fate. But instead, I climbed frantically. When I got close, Jesse grabbed the shoulder of my coat to help me up just as the branch snapped. It was like a gunshot centimeters from my ear. Everything slowed down. I was still hugging the tree, and I remember the surreal feeling of Jesse's arm pulling me up and then pulling me straight down. There was a flash of white light, and I saw Heaven's Gate with my own eyes. The entrance was saturated in golden light. I heard the golden posts sing as they opened to accept my friends. But when it was my turn, the angels denied my entry, for reasons a human mind is incapable of understanding. The moment I woke up in my body, it became obvious the angels rejected me at the behest of their own cruel entertainment. My life had been far from sainthood, but the company I kept were sinners just as I. If their acceptance was judged on any level of fairness, I'm confident I'd have been let in too. Angels don't concern themselves with fairness, however. That's a human construct that even we corrupt into a luxury amongst ourselves. True fairness was the forest's indifference to my existence. I woke up in the rain, staring into the void of black clouds and tree limbs above me. It was daytime, but I could have been wrong. The canopy of branches blackened the forest floor. My heavenly vision, once thought to be a dream, would be realized shortly after that. As the rain puddled around me, I considered staying there. The Reaper had been following us since we began. I just hoped he could find me down there. I thought about my friends, my family back home. I wondered what they were doing. I tried counting the names that would miss me when I was gone, but dehydration made me delusional. Water was falling all around me. please, roll over. It was a thought that wasn't mine. When I turned my body, I saw Cooper. He was twisted in such a way that I could already tell he hadn't survived. A large tree branch laid broken across his body, the same one that we were on the night before. Rainwater had collected into a small pool by my head. I pressed my lips to the water and drank until my teeth brushed the soil. It was less than a sip, just enough to motivate me to want more. The fall that took Cooper's life had left me somehow physically uninjured, aside from minor scrapes. Jessie was gone. We all should have landed in the exact same area, but one of us didn't. I'd see her multiple times after that, only in spectral form, walking between the trees, looking down at me from rocky ledges. If this was her ghost trying to contact me, I would have preferred that she helped me leave the forest, instead of lingering just out of view. She blamed me for what happened. Her haunting presence beckoned for reason. These answers. I used to think there was a new sense of knowledge that you were granted after death. But Jessie didn't act like she'd received higher enlightenment. We were both still lost in the woods, regardless of the planes we were on. Is there no peace in death? Does the afterlife not allow rest? Jessie remained silent. My boots left shallow impressions that water filled in behind me as the sun sank beneath the clouds. I knew the same creature that hunted us the night before would soon be hungry. And though the thought of dying in such a violent way did scare me, it wasn't as much fear as I would have expected myself to have. Hope slowly decayed into numb acceptance. Somewhere deeper in the forest, a shadow waved at me, cast by a tree branch. I followed its dance further into the forest to find meaning in the shadow's art. The darkness swayed like a conductor's wand, like the branches ordered the wind's movements. It didn't wait for my interpretation. Its performance was not for me, but I watched it nevertheless, in a delusional enchantment. I called out to it once, but my voice was swallowed by emptiness, leaving behind only the cold confirmation that nothing answered. I sat down at the base of a tree, and I accepted my time on planet Earth was coming to an end, be it by beast or dropping temperatures. I didn't plan on waking up again. I was grateful to rest. An electronic beep cut into my conscious attention as my eyes closed shut. In a single blink, I was no longer cold, and the ground felt soft. The clouds and trees were replaced by a smooth white ceiling, and I heard my mom cry out, "She's awake." I'd been rescued by a real-life Boy Scout troop, one that had set up camp near where I collapsed. A little boy told his scoutmaster that he'd seen a dead woman lying by a tree. I'd managed to wander myself close enough to some sort of civilization, within a few kilometers at least. Close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. I refuse to call it divine intervention, but at the same time, believe it's something past the realm of luck that I've survived. I didn't think anything of it at first. That's important. If I'd felt uneasy right away, I'd probably dismiss the whole memory as me working myself up, but I didn't. I was just annoyed. We'd driven most of the day to get to this campsite. It wasn't a crowded campground, more like a cluster of clearings spread far enough apart that you could hear other people. but not see them unless you walked over. When we pulled in, I noticed a glow coming from the trees to our right. Another group had already set up. Great, I thought. So much for a quiet night. We set up anyway. There was nothing technically wrong with having neighbors. It just wasn't what we'd hoped for. As it got darker, the sound from the site became clearer. Laughter, multiple voices, someone poking a fire, normal camping noises. At one point, one of them coughed, and I remember thinking how strange it sounded. Flat, almost hollow, not like a normal, echoey cough. I chalked it up to the way sound travels through the trees and left it alone. We ate, cleaned up, and tried to settle in. The talking next door didn't stop. That's when it started to feel odd. Not scary, just unusual. It was constant. No rise or fall like you'd expect when people get tired. No big bursts of laughter followed by quiet. Just steady conversation at the same volume, like background noise you couldn't tune out. Around midnight, a little past, I checked my watch. They were still going. By one, everyone in our group had commented on it. Do they ever shut up? Maybe they're drunk. Maybe it's a big group. But there were no sounds of people moving around. No footsteps or crunching leaves. No one heading toward the river. No doors opening or zipping. It was just the voices. At some point I realized I couldn't distinguish what they were saying. It wasn't because they were far away. It was because it didn't sound like actual words anymore. More like the shape of conversation. The rhythm without the meaning. That's when I stopped being annoyed and started feeling unsettled. I lay in my tent listening. I tried to pick out individual voices, but I couldn't. They all blended together, and yet it never turned into a murmur. It stayed strangely distinct without being understandable. Sometime in the morning, early hours, I became aware that it hadn't changed at all. Same volume, same cadence, same distance. No pauses. I don't remember falling asleep. When I woke up, the campsite next to us was silent. Relief washed over me at first. Finally, they turned in. We made coffee and slowly started backing up. No one from the other side emerged. No tent flaps. No movement. Curious more than anything, one of us walked over. The site was empty. No tents or coolers or chairs. The fire ring was cold and clean, like it hadn't been used in days. The ground was undisturbed. No flattened grass or footprints or trash. No signs that anyone had ever been there. We all stood there confused, then started second-guessing ourselves. Maybe the sound had traveled. Maybe we'd misjudged the direction. Then someone pointed out that the fire glow we'd seen the night before, that was gone too. It wasn't until later, when we were driving away, that it hit me. I couldn't remember hearing the voices stop. They didn't trail off or quiet down, they were just gone. Like someone had turned something off. I've camped near loud grounds before, and I've been annoyed, frustrated, exhausted by noise. But I've never experienced something that sounded so convincingly human, while behaving so little like actual people. Whatever was there that night didn't need tents, it didn't need sleep, and it didn't leave anything behind. I've gone back and forth about posting this. I still don't know what to call it exactly. Nothing happened in the way that people expect when they think paranormal. No one was hurt. But I know what I heard. This was a few summers ago on a camping trip with friends. There was about 6 of us total, all in our 20s, all people I trusted. We weren't doing anything intense, just a long weekend, a quiet spot that we'd used before. We knew there was no cell service, but it wasn't so remote that we felt unsafe there. We weren't too far. The first time I heard something, I brushed it off immediately because outdoors. We were sitting around the fire, talking and drinking, when I heard my name. It was just once. Soft. Like someone saying it without raising their voice. I looked up, assuming one of my friends was trying to get my attention, but no one was looking at me. Conversation kept going like nothing had happened. I almost said something, but it felt stupid. People mishear things all the time. The woods carry sound in weird ways. About 20 minutes later, I heard it again. Same tone, same distance. From somewhere just past the edge of the firelight. This time I laughed and said, "Okay, who keeps saying my name?" Everyone looked confused. A couple people joked that maybe I'd had too much to drink. Maybe, they said, I'd heard a branch crack. I let it go. That was my mistake. It kept happening. It wasn't constant, just enough that I couldn't fully relax. Always my name, always once at a time. Never a different tone or volume. It didn't sound threatening, but what bothers me the most, it sounded familiar, like someone who knew me well enough to say my name the way my friends do. Casual, almost affectionate. At one point, I caught myself leaning forward when I heard it, like I was about to respond without thinking, and that scared me. I didn't say anything else that night, but something told me I shouldn't respond to it. I didn't want to be the person who killed the mood. We went to bed not long after that, and I barely slept. Every time I started to drift off, I'd hear it again. This time, though, it was closer. I thought, but it's hard to judge distance when you're half asleep and terrified of your own imagination. In the morning, I finally told my friends what was happening. They went quiet for a second, and one of them said something that made my stomach drop. I didn't want to say anything, they said, but I kept hearing my name too. We asked the others, expecting them to laugh it off, to say no. One other person admitted that they'd heard something too. And it wasn't my name, it was their own name. Each of them said the same thing. It only happened when it was dark. It only happened once at a time. And it never sounded aggressive, almost affectionate. We packed up early. As we were loading the car, one of my friends asked if anyone had heard footsteps around the tent during the night. No one answered right away. Eventually, someone said, "I thought it was you." I've always been morbidly curious. What would have happened if one of us had answered back, or followed the sound, walked towards it thinking it was someone we trusted? All I know is that whatever it was, it knew us all well enough to sound just right, to know our names. This happened a few years ago. I'm only posting it now because I've just found the sub. I don't really expect answers. I just want to put it somewhere that people might understand why it bothers me. It was just me and my partner on this trip. No survivalist stuff or deep backcountry. We picked a trail that we'd gone before and planned to camp one night off the side path that branched away from the main route. We found the campsite late in the afternoon. What stood out immediately was how perfect it was. Flat ground, natural wind cover. A fire ring was already built, stones blackened from old use. There were logs arranged nearby like somebody had intentionally stacked them before seating. No trash, no gear, No footprints that stood out as recent. The ash in the fire ring was cold, but not scattered. It looked like a fire that had been used carefully and cleaned up afterwards. We both commented on how lucky we'd gotten. Anyone who camps knows how rare it is to stumble upon a spot like this without planning it. We set up, made dinner, and had one of those quiet, easy nights where everything just feels settled. No weirdness, no strangeness. If anything, it felt calmer than most places I've slept outdoors. I took a few photos before dark. Nothing artsy. Just snapshots of the tent and fire ring to remember the spot later. We slept straight through the night. In the morning, things felt off. It was small things. The light felt flatter somehow. The woods were quieter than usual. Less birds, no insects. Still, nothing too alarming. We packed up, doused the fire ring, even though it hadn't been used since dinner, and started back toward the trail. That's when we realized we couldn't find it. At first, we laughed it off. Trails look different in reverse. You miss landmarks. That's normal. But after about 20 minutes of walking, we both stopped. Neither of us recognized anything. The ground felt different underfoot, less compact. The trees were spaced differently. Even the slope didn't match what we remembered. We checked the GPS on my phone. It said we were roughly where we should be. But the terrain didn't line up with what we'd just walked through the day before. So we tried to retrace our steps exactly. Same angle, same distance, same pacing. Nothing. We spent almost an hour circling the area where the campsite should have been. No fire ring, no flattened ground, and no log seats. There weren't even disturbed leaves or ash. It was like the site had never existed. I pulled up the photos that I'd taken the night before to double check I wasn't misremembering. And that's when my stomach dropped. The background didn't match where we were standing. The trees in the photo were older, thicker. The ground was darker, almost compressed. In the photos, the fire ring sat in a shallow dip in the earth. Where we stood now was higher ground, younger growth, no sign of any clearing. Eventually, we found the main trail by pure chance, and we headed out. Both of us quiet in that shared way, where you know the other person is thinking the same thing you are, but neither of you wants to say it. Weeks later, I mentioned the trip to someone who works seasonally as a ranger. I showed them the photos, half expecting them to say that we'd just gotten turned around. They frowned and said the area in the photos didn't match any designated or known backcountry sites in that section. Then they said something that sticks with me still. People used to camp all over here decades ago, they'd said. Most of those sites were reclaimed by the forest. Some of them don't really stay. I asked what that meant. People find places sometimes that don't want to be permanent. Huh? I don't know. But it was odd. The exchange with them. I still have the photos. The campsite is right there, clear as day. It just looks like a normal campsite. But it was taken just a few hours before that conversation. So how could it not exist? I just don't think it exists anymore, I guess. At least not in the way places usually do. I've always had vivid dreams, so when this happened, my first instinct was to blame my own brain and move on. What I can't explain, and what I still haven't been able to shake, is that I wasn't the only one. There were 3 of us, friends for years, the type where you don't need to fill the silence. We'd gone camping plenty of times before, and nothing strange had ever happened. We didn't have any ghost stories or creepy encounters, and this was supposed to be another quiet weekend away. The campsite itself was rather unremarkable. A clearing just off a trail, surrounded by trees dense enough to block most wind and sound. We set up the tent before dark, cooked dinner, spent the evening talking until the fire burned low. I remember thinking how still everything felt once we crawled into the tent. There was no wind in the trees, no animals. It was just that heavy nighttime quiet that settles in when you're far from the roads. I fell asleep quickly. The dream started already in progress, like I'd been dropped into the middle of it. I was standing outside the tent barefoot, cold ground. I could feel the texture beneath my feet. Damp soil, small stones. The forest around me was the same as it was in real life, but darker, flatter somehow, like depth had been stripped away. The tent was zipped shut. I remember feeling confused about why I was outside when I knew I'd gone to sleep inside. I walked slowly around the tent, dragging my fingers along the fabric as I went. Inside, I could hear breathing. Not panicked, just quiet, steady breathing, like people trying very hard not to move. I wanted to unzip the tent and ask what was going on, but something stopped me. I had the overwhelming sense that if I opened it, I'd be interrupting something I wasn't meant to see. And that's when I noticed I wasn't alone. I didn't see anyone else, not at first, but I felt a presence behind me. It was someone waiting, like it had always been there, and was curious whether I'd noticed yet. I turned and woke up. I sat straight up, heart pounding. The image of the tent still burned into my vision. That's when I realized I wasn't the only one awake. Both of my friends were sitting upright too, backs pressed against opposite sides of the tent. No one was speaking or moving, just heavy breathing. For a few seconds, we just stared at each other in the dim light from someone's watch. Finally, one of us whispered, "Did you have a bad dream?" I said yes. We all said yes, or me too. We didn't rush into describing it. There was this shared hesitation, like we were all afraid that saying it out loud would make it worse. I went first. I told them about standing outside the tent, about walking around, the breathing. Neither of them interrupted me. When I finished, one of them said softly, "I was inside." They described lying in their sleeping bag, wide awake, unable to move, listening to footsteps circle the tent. Careful, slow, bare feet on the ground. The sound of someone rubbing their fingers against the tent. My other friend said they were dreaming they were awake, sitting up in the tent with our other friend, watching the fabric walls bow inward slightly with each step, like something brushing past from the outside. None of us had told the others these details before. None of us had mentioned the breathing or the sense that something was waiting for us to acknowledge it. We didn't go back to sleep that night. When morning came, we checked the ground around the tent out of habit more than expectation. There were no footprints, no disturbed soil, nothing unusual. We packed up quietly and left earlier than planned. We honestly don't talk about it much anymore. Not for any reason in particular. I think for me it feels unfinished. Something that started and then stopped because it just chose to. I still have vivid dreams, but I've never again dreamed of standing outside my own tent with two of my friends sharing the same dream. And I've never woken up to find that I wasn't alone in remembering it. I'm not someone who jumps straight to paranormal. I camp a lot. I lose things all the time. I know how easy it is to misplace gear, especially when you're tired or drinking or dealing with uneven ground and bad lighting. That's why it took me longer than it should have to admit something was wrong. There were 4 of us on this trip. Me, my partner, and 2 friends. We were at a fairly remote campsite. Not a campground with numbered spots, but not so deep that it felt reckless. No cell service, but a marked trail a couple miles out. The site itself looked untouched when we arrived. The first thing that went missing was my lighter. I noticed it around midnight when we were trying to get a fire going. I'd had it earlier. I remembered clipping it to the outside of my backpack. I figured it fell off somewhere between setting up camp and dinner. Annoying, but not a big deal. One of my friends had another. The next morning, I found it sitting on a flat rock about 10 feet from our tent. It wasn't dropped, it was just placed there, upright. Exactly where you'd put something if you wanted it to be noticed. I joked that one of them must have found it and put it there as a prank. Everyone swore they didn't. I believed them, but still, it wasn't alarming. Animals drag stuff around all the time, right? Maybe they weren't ready to stop messing with me yet. Could be anything. That night, one of our tent stakes went missing. We noticed because the corner of the tent had gone slack. We searched around with headlamps, assuming that it was just pulled loose. No luck. The ground wasn't soft enough for it to disappear. We made do and went to sleep. In the morning, the stake was back, hammered in perfectly, straighter than any of us had managed. And that's when the mood sort of shifted between us. No one seemed to joke this time. We checked our stuff more carefully after that, lined things up, zipped everything. We even joked, half-joked, that if something was messing with us, we'd like our stuff left alone. That night, my boots disappeared. I know exactly where I put them. I always put them outside the tent door so I don't track dirt inside. When I woke up and reached out for them, they weren't there. We all searched everywhere. No tracks or sign that they'd been dragged off. I ended up wearing sandals around the camp, irritated more than scared. In the morning, the boots were sitting side by side near the fire pit. Clean. Not just dry. Clean. The mud on the soles was gone. No one said anything for a long time. Eventually, one of my friends muttered, "Okay, that's not funny anymore." We debated leaving, not in an overly panicked way, but in that uncomfortable, quiet way where no one wants to admit that they're spooked. In the end, we decided to stay one more night. Everything felt controlled, like if something wanted to hurt us, it already could have. That night was the quietest of the trip. No wind, no animals, just the fire and the occasional crack of settling wood. Sometime after midnight, my partner shook me awake and whispered my name. I asked what was wrong. There was something outside the tent, they said. I listened. Nothing. In the morning, we found my backpack about 20 feet from where I'd left it, unzipped. Inside, nothing was missing, except a small item I hadn't thought about in years. A cheap compass that I'd thrown in there as an afterthought. I honestly didn't even remember packing it. But the compass was sitting on the same flat rock as the lighter. I think it's strange enough that things go missing and come back. But this felt thoughtful, neat. Like whoever or whatever had handled them understood what they were, where they belonged, how to make them seen and noticed. Nothing was damaged or taken permanently. It felt less like theft and more like a violation, an unwanted interaction. Like something had noticed us, decided to engage, and then just disappeared. I still camp and I still lose things, but I've never again had something returned. There was a show that aired in the early 90s that me and my brother got super into called James Randi, Psychic Detective. It was a program filmed in front of a live audience, and the host, James Randi, would have guests on, all who claimed to possess psychic or unworldly abilities. Then, under controlled experiments, if they can prove their abilities to be true, they'd win a cash prize of $100,000. And wouldn't you be surprised to know that none of the contestants ever won the money over the whole duration of the show being on the air? James Randi was always polite, a very matter-of-fact person when he'd gesture the failed psychic off the stage, and every time, the looks on their faces were so sad, like they really thought they were going to do whatever they were going to do. How do you get such grandiose levels of delusion? To put yourself through that humiliation on TV, in front of a live audience. They volunteered their time to go do that too. It's not like James Randi traveled to their place of business with a camera crew and put them on blast. These people did it to themselves. They probably pulled a couple fast ones in their small towns, thought that they were good enough for the big time. Phony, fake magician valor. Keeping all this in mind, names have been changed because my brother actually did make a little name for himself in the journalism field, and he works for a news station. Sometimes he takes me along or lets me get backstage with him when they're doing fun events, and I wouldn't want to ruin that. Most I can say is, if you live in the South, let's say Southeast, and watch the morning news, a morning news anchor that you see dressed in a nice suit, looking all professional while he delivers the headlines, that's actually my big brother in disguise. And this story is about when he was in his first year of college. In the suburban area we lived, right before the houses start turning into businesses, there was a psychic that ran her business out of her house. This place had always been there ever since I could remember. No matter what time, day or night, the neon sign in the window has never been turned off. It looked expensive. The sign took up most of the front window. It was a humongous hand with an eye in the center. Psychic was written above the eye, making it look like it had eyelashes. The owner was a woman. I'd say she was in her late 40s. She looked about our mom's age at the time. Her hair was dyed black, Alice Cooper-looking makeup, the whole 9 yards. But that's all I ever saw of her, until my brother Pete came home on vacation, first semester of college. He was determined to write an investigative hit piece on our local town psychic, expose her for the fraud that she was, blah, blah, blah. He came home like his whole GPA would plummet if he didn't bring this lady down over his 2-week break that he had back in town. He did some of his freshman psychology and convinced me to join him on his mission. I was 15. It was either that or stay home with our parents. I said, yeah, sign me up. He brought home a bunch of spy gadgets like tiny mics and cameras, showed me how to use the recording equipment. His first plan was to call the place himself, ask for an appointment with a made-up story, but we couldn't even find a listing in the phone book. He would have to walk in and do it in person. For his first interaction, Pete was mic'd up while I sat in the back seat of his car. with my lap filled with a clunky transmitter linked up to a tape recorder looking thing. I don't know how all of it hooked up, but my job was to listen in with these big headphones and move the wire transmitter around if he got staticky. We parked across the street and Pete got out to go in, but when he tried the door, it was locked. Under the neon sign in the window next to the door, there was a much smaller sign with a phone number that he wrote down. But since we'd already made the trip, he knocked. Nobody came to the door. Persistent, Pete kept with rap-tap-tapping on the glass. A disadvantage about working from home is that people have a good idea at knowing when you're there, because all of your cars are in the driveway. That's what made Pete continue knocking. Then, she just appeared at the door. She didn't open it, but she was standing on the other side of the glass, glaring at Pete. I hear him go, "Whoa," and her ask what. He says, "I need a psychic reading," and she says no, then disappeared from the door. Pete starts knocking again and trying to explain his made-up story and why he desperately needs her services, saying that he'll pay her $100. She returns to the glass and tells him that she doesn't take on clients and to go away. Pete says, "But I need your help." She says, "No, you don't," then disappears from the door again. Pete slowly walks back to the car. There's a defeat in his voice that the recording captures when he gets in, along with him cussing at me because I hadn't yet turned off the recorder. Next day, he calls the number that he wrote down, and in a surprising change of predictions that we had, she answered almost on the first ring. It caught Pete off guard, and his first lines are a stammering bumble, something about his 15-year-old sister's been kidnapped, case has gone cold, needs her help. Somehow, she recognized his voice, confirms that they'd met the day before. He says yes, and then there's a long pause on the phone. Then, she says 3 o'clock and hangs up. Pete says thank you to a dial tone before hanging up his line. He tells me she took the bait. Then we went to the garage and began setting up the equipment in his car, fitting him up with his spy gear. This time he was going to use a small camera, concealed under a baseball cap. Up until we left for his appointment, Pete spent the whole time making sure everything was perfect and rehearsing his story, telling me to throw him a curveball question so he can practice improvising answers. He was ready. He was going to go in there with some random stuff he collected around the house, claim that they were mine, and then ask if she could get a sense as to what happened in my cold case. We got there punctually at 2:50, but the door remained locked until 3. On the dot of 3, the mic picked up a loud squeak when the bolt locks turned on the inside of the door, and then it opened on its own. The moment Pete steps through the threshold of the building, all of his electrical equipment went haywire. I tried moving the transmitter in all different ways, but the static wouldn't let up. Then everything in the car just shut down. He went in there, unaware that his gear had malfunctioned, and closed the door behind him. Now this part is purely from my brother's point of view because none of the equipment would come back on. But there was no reason for him to have lied about what happened and intentionally tank his potential grade for this investigative story. When he returned back to the car, I didn't know how much time had passed. I didn't have a watch on, but he couldn't have been in there for more than 10 minutes. At first, he didn't say anything when he got in the car. I was on the edge of my seat asking what happened. What did it look like in there? Did she buy the story? But then it was the first time I'd seen my big brother cry. He put his head on his steering wheel before focusing a response between his clenched teeth. All he said was, "She's real." Then he stepped on the gas and we drove back home. The car ride was quiet. I could see Pete was still trying to process everything. Eventually he settled down, and I was able to get the whole story about what had happened. When he walked in, she was sitting at a table at the far end of the darkened room. Pete walks in and thanks her for seeing him, and he approaches the table with the items for her to inspect. Behind the woman, incense were burning, and Pete said that he saw a human figure form in the smoke and became a solid entity, standing behind the woman's chair. Again, though, we grew up watching James Randi. Pete was prepared for her tricks. She doesn't acknowledge the being behind her, and Pete ignores it as well, doing his best not to look intimidated or even entertained by something he thought debunkable. My sad cold case story is retold. As she pushes some of the items around on the table in front of her, her hand freezes over an old book. She looks up from the table. She stares deep into my brother's eyes. She says, "Your sister is not missing, but someone else is trying to talk to you." Pete sticks to his story, but is willing to see what she means by someone else. He asks, "Who?" And she asks, "Do you have an uncle, Norman?" He says, "Yes, because we really did have an Uncle Norman." She asked if he died. Pete says yes, because Norm had died in an accident a few years earlier. Norm was like Pete's idol or hero. When she mentioned his name, his skepticism began to melt, and he couldn't hide his genuine emotional response when she started talking about him. We hadn't role-played a situation like this. Pete didn't know how to respond, getting called out directly, still staring right at him. She tells him that she knew he was there under false pretenses. He gave up the goods and admitted to the hit piece he was trying to write for class. How do you stay in business if you don't take clients? Who are you ripping off to pay for all of this expensive stuff? With no other options, he let his questions fly. She told him she doesn't take monetary payments for her services. She knows who really needs her and who doesn't. The decorations in her home, and even the home itself, were gifts for her, ones that had been given by grateful clients. Then she says, "Norm is here, though, and he wants to tell you that he's burning in hell for eternity." She laughs and tells Pete that his soul was weak and that she'll make sure demons devour it to recoup Pete's disrespect. He stood up from the table, started to gather the things that he brought. The woman left him with one last warning before Pete could run out. She addressed him by his real name, saying, "Pete, heed this warning, or you too will join your pathetic Uncle Norm in hell. Never return to this property. If you're walking down the sidewalk, cross the street before you reach my house, or your last name will be a synonym for cursed misfortune." He says he didn't even try to remember that, but he can't forget it. The cloud figure standing behind her then moved like it was coming towards Pete, and that's when he almost fell trying to get out of there. And that was the end of it. I think he changed the topic of his investigative piece on some protests happening at his campus. It was the last time my brother ever attempted that hard-hitting nose-to-the-ground journalism. He traded it for a more political field and never looked back. That psychic's house is still there to this day, and to this day, I don't really have any reason to be walking on that sidewalk, entering town. But if I ever do find myself moseying up that way, I make sure to cross the street before passing the house. This is a long one. Sorry in advance if I ramble. My name is Smith, and I'm 32 years old. I'm a geneticist from Tucson, Arizona. I first met my fiancé Caleb when I was in high school, and I didn't believe that someone like me could ever be with someone like him, but he assured me, and he made me feel every day that I was the best person in the entire world. So much so that when 2015 came around and Obama legalized gay marriage, he proposed to me, and I said yes. Everything leading up to the wedding was fine, but I still had my doubts, insecurities, and on the day of our wedding, walking him down a rainbow-colored aisle, all of that went away. The ceremony was beautiful. My vows were basic, but Caleb's took my breath away. Unfortunately, I only got to be married for an hour. An entire hour of being happy. I had everything I ever wanted in my entire life. But as I said, that was short-lived. The car seating after the ceremony was as follows. Caleb's groomsman, Johnny, and his little brother, Declan, were in the back seat. And behind me, my rock, my bestie forever, Freya. The ceremony, it was as basic as you think it was. We left the church and we had rice thrown and rainbow-colored confetti, which is what I was picking out of my cornrows when the accident happened. The last thing I remember was smiling up at Caleb and him telling me, well, mouthing the words that he loved me, infinity times infinity. We would tell one another that we loved each other infinity times infinity every day, and we meant it. No truer words ever spoken between two people. The last thing I remember clearly was Freya screaming for Caleb to watch out. I don't even know what happened. I had the feeling the car was flipping over. I would later find out that it flipped 3 times before landing roof up. As I'm asking myself, why am I looking up at the sky? Wouldn't that mean I'm on my back? And my body, why is it exploding in pain? Throughout all of the pain and grief and fear, there was Caleb's body on top of mine, whispering in my ear, "Baby, please, just stay awake. Keep your eyes open. There's an ambulance on the way. Baby, please stay awake." I couldn't. My entire world was enveloped in black, and I passed out. I woke up almost 5 days later. Numerous broken bones, broken wrists, 3 broken ribs, and a fractured eye socket. Declan was fine. He had a few scrapes and bruises, same with John. Freya immediately came to my side and hugged me. She was crying into my chest, which hurt. She had a cast on her left leg and her right arm. First thing out of my mouth was, "Where's Cal?" Declan wouldn't even look at me. John started to cry as Freya knelt beside me and touched my cheek. "There was an accident," she whispered. "Cal went out a hero," Declan whispered when I looked at him, and I asked him what the hell he was talking about. He gave me a shocked look like he expected me to remember what happened. Freya asked me what was the last thing I remembered. I told her, leaving the church, people throwing confetti and rice at us, being happy. John just gave a loud sob and said, "He doesn't remember what happened. He doesn't remember the accident, Frey." Declan knelt down beside me and told me everything that happened. There was an accident. Some drunken idiot swerved in front of us in a panic, and in order to prevent an accident, Caleb swerved the car really hard, causing it to roll over, making impact with the car that he was trying to avoid as it hit his side. At the time, I didn't know that Caleb didn't have a seatbelt on, and the memory of him on top of me with the car, it came back. I started to see with blurry vision, and I realized my husband was gone. He risked his own life because it's just the type of dude my brother was, Declan said. I turned to my best friend and I beg her. I beg her to tell me that this isn't real. I break down, I start to cry. There's no consoling me. It was hard for me growing up gay, thinking that I would never meet someone, knowing that my family disowned me for the very fact of me wanting to live a true life. And then I met Caleb, this kind, gentle guy who actually seemed to want to spend time with me, to want to get to know me better. And I took all of that love that I had inside of me and I gave it all to him. And now I was back where I started, alone, broken. The hardest part of all of this was realizing that by the time I woke up, Caleb's funeral had already gone and passed. I didn't even get to say goodbye. I didn't even get to be there. His parents kept apologizing for having the funeral while I was unconscious. I kept telling them that it was fine, that it was okay. But deep down inside, I was a wreck. I cried almost every night, and to tell you the truth, I never really stopped crying. To say I loved Caleb is an understatement. Love is too small a word to describe what I felt about him, what I still do. And now here's the part of the story where shit gets really weird. Over the last 5 years, I've managed to get my PhD and overall try to be happy. I haven't taken my ring off. Every time I try, something always stops me. During the height of the pandemic, that's when shit got really weird. One morning, I decided that I was going for a run. I started to make a protein smoothie for before and after I got back, and while I was using the blender, putting my blueberries and bananas inside, I heard Caleb's voice. It shocked me at first because I wasn't sure if I heard what I had heard. Then when I turned the blender off to listen more carefully, I heard it again. "Babe, have you seen my keys?" I stepped back from the blender and covered my mouth. There were tears burning in my eyes. For context, you should know Caleb was always losing his keys. I wiped my tears away and told myself, "Smith, it's just your grief, bitch. Chill the fuck out." I went for my run, came back, and nothing else happened. Cut to that same night when I'd gotten out of the shower, put my pajamas on, and gotten into bed. I heard my front door open and close. I heard shuffling in the living room, and I immediately grabbed my Bowie knife. "Babe?" I dropped the knife and stepped back. There's no fucking way this is happening again. The minute I reached for the door, my front door opened and slammed, which made me jump, of course. But then I got a little angry. Then I got really angry. I'm a big believer in the paranormal. Even as a scientist, I know that some things can't be explained by science. But I know Caleb, and I know that he wouldn't try to scare me like this. He wouldn't do this shit to me. So I started reading paranormal stories. I wanted to know what the hell was going on. Then I came across something called a mimic. Every story that I'd ever read while doing research correlated with my paranormal activity, verbatim. And I knew it was not my husband. Then one night when I was in bed going over notes for work, boring lab stuff, I heard the door slam, which I found out was the door to my bathroom. I calmly looked up, got out of bed, stood direct while I tried to portray confidence, and I said very loudly, "Look, bitch, don't be slamming no doors you ain't paying for." And you're probably not going to believe me when I say that that's what I said, but I'm very bossy. I don't like anyone in my space disrespecting my stuff, and I'm not afraid to tell someone off. Boy, was that a huge mistake. After that, things escalated quickly. There were footsteps at night, things going missing and reappearing in the strangest of places. And then there was our wedding photo. It was supposed to be on my nightstand, but every morning when I woke up, it was in the middle of the floor of my living room. The knocking, the voices at night, it all started to ramp up. It's been 5 months of this. Cut to present day, September 2023. I started to get really depressed, and that's when I started to hear Caleb's voice again. It was small things at first. Usually I'd just hear him call me babe or ask me a question. I would ignore him, and then I would go into my bathroom and cry for hours. It was not the reprieve from grief that I thought I needed. It was making shit worse. So I called over my sisters, Saraya and Simone, and needless to say, they didn't really believe me. They thought I was grieving, and they weren't wrong, but I had to explain to them that I know what grief is, but that I've heard enough stories from my favorite YouTube channel to know what this is. Saraya laughed and looked at me, saying, "Really, YouTube? Are you really going to base your grief off of a scary YouTube story that you heard?" I kicked them out, and I went about my day. I don't speak to my parents, so there was no help that I could get from any outside source. That night, I heard it again, Caleb's voice. This time I was coming from the hallway from the bathroom. The light was turned on, so I couldn't understand why there was a voice coming from in there. This thing really likes to call me babe. I shuddered when I heard it, and I stopped down the hallway and slammed the door shut. I made one last desperate plea. which I really wish I would have just kept my mouth shut. Look, bitch, I've just about had it with your mimicking bullshit. I know you're not Caleb, and I would really like for you to get the fuck out of my house, considering the fact that you're not even fucking paying rent here, and you're staying here for free. So please fucking leave. Yeah, I wasn't kidding when I said that I was pretty angry at this point. I had to make myself laugh in this situation, otherwise I was going to keep thinking that I was fucking insane. That was the moment that not only did my lights turn off, and my phone, but there was banging throughout my entire loft. It was the doors and the windows. My neighbor, who's a good friend of mine, his name is Levi. He came by the loft. Well, he barged into my loft, to put it perfectly accurately. "Smith, are you okay?" he asked. Once he entered the loft, the knocking only got louder. Levi is Jewish, and I should start off by saying that we experienced a Dybbuk haunting in college, so I knew that he'd believe me. I told Levi what was happening, and he let me stay at his place for the night. Once I closed the door to my loft, the knocking stopped. When I stepped away from the door, Levi and I both heard Caleb yell, "And stay out." Levi turned to me slowly and said, "Smith, am I high, or did I just hear your dead husband's voice?" Through my tears, I smiled and appreciated him making me laugh after not having done so in so long. I turned to him and smiled and said, "Levi, you're always high, but yes, this is what I've been dealing with." Cut to a few days later when I finally returned home. Nothing else happened for a while. That was until John and Declan decided to pay me a little visit. I'm glad to know that I wasn't the only one who heard him, but the look on Declan's face when he stepped into the loft and heard Caleb's voice, it broke my heart. We all heard him when he said, "There's my 3 favorite guys." John, being the emotional wreck that he already was, sobbed, "Cal, is that you?" Declan stepped out of the apartment and looked at me. "You're playing a joke on us, right?" he asked. When he saw me crying, he knew that I wasn't doing that. John looked around and suddenly noted out loud that it got colder in the loft. Once again, Declan stepped back inside. He heard it again. "Long time no see, little bro." He walked right up to me and gave me a big bear hug. He whispered in my ear, "I believe you, but that is not my brother." "I know," I whispered back, "but I still don't know what to do." Declan took out his phone and his wallet, decided that he was going to call his friend Leah. Leah was a self-proclaimed witch, and I do believe in those things. The witches, I mean. When I first met Leah, she was calm and so sweet. I told her that whoever was in here, I'm sorry, but just let me clarify, the entity in here was not my husband. She smiled when she looked around the loft. "You're a bit of a trickster, aren't you?" she said into the open air. I looked at her like she was crazy, and I let her know that I thought that as well. I turned and I said, "Girl, why are you talking to air?" Leah smiled and laughed so hard that there were tears in her eyes. "Smith, don't worry," she said, coming to me and taking my hands. "We're going to be great friends. We have the same personality. And for the record, bitch, I'm not talking to air because you have a mimic spirit in your house." This made me laugh out loud very hard. I really liked Leah's attitude and her personality. She indeed seemed to match mine. I scheduled another appointment with her, gave her $150 to do a cleansing. At first, she told me not to pay her, that she would do it for free, but I told her to take the money. When she took it, Leah finally heard it. "Babe, no." Caleb's voice was so sad and agonizing. I looked around, and I could feel the tears already streaming down my cheeks. "I can't take much more of this," I whispered. That's when the knocking started again, or rather the banging, and it didn't stop until Leah and I were both out of the loft. So I decided to stay at a hotel. I picked the same one that Leah was staying at so that we could be together and get to know each other some more. She took me to the store to buy all of the things that she needed for the cleansing. We hung out all day, had lunch, called Freya to have dinner with us. I booked a room. She came over later to have wine and just talk. While we were talking and having wine, I thought to myself, Leah is going to have to leave soon, and Freya can only spend so much time with me. I started to get worried. September 14th, 2023. I went back to get a few things today. It did not go well. The minute I stepped into my loft, I heard it. Back so soon? You just can't stay away, can you? I stomped down the hallway into my bathroom and muttered to myself, shouldn't have to stay away. This is my loft. When I started to make my way towards the door, I heard a sob, and then Caleb's voice said, please don't leave again. You know how much I love you. I turned, and you guessed it, I was crying. I know how much he loved me, I cried. And when I get back, I'm going to sage this loft so bad, you won't even be able to breathe in here. At that exact moment, my bathroom door, bedroom door, laundry room door, and guest bedroom door all slammed succinctly. The pounding resumed, and needless to say, I rushed out of there and back to the hotel. I found Leah and Freya talking over drinks. Without even saying a word, Leah looked at me. Smith, are you okay? Freya knew something was wrong, so she asked me to talk to her, but I couldn't find the words. Leah looked into my eyes and said, you went back, didn't you? I nodded. She was starting to compile a list of other things that she would need from the store, and that's when she turned to me and said, Smith, I'm starting to think that this isn't a mimic. What you just told me is something much more menacing. I turned to her and I told her I agree, that I definitely knew it wasn't my husband. I started to cry, again, and I haven't stopped since. You should consider my story if you ever have a problem with a mimic. Never piss it off. Never try to challenge it. It's 12:55 a.m. and I'm writing this in my hotel room. Freya opted to stay with me, so I'm writing this while staring at her sleeping, snoring form in my spare bed. I couldn't be more grateful. I'll keep you all posted with any updates, and I'll definitely be posting what happens after the cleansing. Thanks for reading, and thanks for everyone in the community for all your support. I've got a weird one that happened to my uncle on Evergreen Way in Everett back in the 90s. It was late, and his girlfriend was driving him home from the movies. They'd just gone to see Good Will Hunting in the theaters and apparently had a few drinks while the show was playing, and maybe after. Neither of them would have blown a legal breathalyzer, and it was a torrential downpour that night. This added to the caution his girlfriend would take driving them home. His girlfriend worked at a coffee stand on that road. She was actually familiar with a couple of members of the unhoused population. They would come up to her window, asking for free shit, or be so brazen enough to try to nab the tip jar. They're laughing at all the crazy work stories that she's telling as they pass the stand that's closed down for the night. From the direction they're going, Evergreen turns into a hill. She said she could take her foot off the gas and coast down, tapping the brakes a few times to not go too fast. It's not a steep hill, but it goes for a while, and it's easy to pick up speed. They can see a couple 100 yards ahead of them on this street. They can see the streetlights ahead of them switching colors, regardless of any vehicles present, and a gas station on the corner with the rotating streetlights. This was Uncle and his girlfriend's second date together, and he thought that up until that point, things had been going really good on their date. The windshield wipers are at their highest level and just barely providing enough for her to see. My uncle had offered to drive, but she'd gotten permission to use her dad's Cadillac for their date, so she was insistent that she drove. And in her defense, she was a really safe driver given the circumstances. Unc didn't have any concerns until something caught his eye, a few 100 yards down the hill. There was a man. He wore a tie-dye blanket like a kind of psychedelic mage. The backpack he wore under the largely brightly colored cape made him look disfigured, like a hunchback as he leaned on the damaged aluminum walker with a single yellow tennis ball on one of the legs. Unc points him out to his girlfriend, who's already noticed him, and she doesn't look amused anymore. Her funny stories had stopped, but the sound of rain on the roof of the car was loud enough to fill its space. The stories she'd been sharing with Unc were light-hearted, but all pivoted around very real what-the-fuck situations, ones that she'd been in. Along with those, she had a handful of not-so-light-hearted situations she'd been in. Apparently, Tie-Dye Mage was one disgusting piece of shit. One that she was always calling the cops on because he was constantly harassing her and the other baristas. But specifically, he put this girl through a particularly traumatic situation when she was on a smoke break. He approached her with a pair of garden cutters and his pants around his ankles. He was grunting like a gorilla, and his hood was pulled over his eyes, and his long brown and silver beard, it had food and other unidentifiable crusties stuck in it. She thought that he was robbing her. She put her hands up while telling him that all she had was dry erase markers in her pockets. He kept the cutters extended towards her. So she starts pulling them out and throwing them on the ground to prove that's all she had. But with his other hand, he opened the tie-dye cape, exposing himself to her. With his pants around his ankles, she was able to make an easy escape back to the coffee stand, to lock the windows and doors, and to make another call to the police. All while the guy stood outside, scratching up the side of the coffee stand with the rusty garden tool. That resulted in him going away for another few weeks, but it never prevents him from always wandering back to Evergreen when he got out again. That assault story was not mentioned during her monologue that had them both laughing a minute ago. It would be mentioned when they got back to her parents' house and were sitting in the driveway. But before that, Unc had no idea, and as they're coasting down the hill, she puts her foot back onto the gas pedal, and he feels the SUV start to pick up speed. He asks if she sees him standing on the curb. She tells him yeah, but the Cadillac continued to gain momentum down the hill. He says the guy looks handicapped. If he steps into the street, he wouldn't be quick enough to move back onto the curb. She says something like, he's not handicapped, and if he steps out onto the street, he's gonna die, because I'm going too fast to slam on my brakes in the rain. I won't be able to stop in time. It'll be his fault. Whatever it was verbatim that she told Unc, it was clear she knew exactly what she was doing. And she'd been thinking about it since she saw him far in the distance. She probably saw him before Unc did, and the whole time, she's in the driver's seat, plotting. At the bottom of the hill, it's a straight shot to the light where the guy's located. Unc's gripping his seat as they're getting closer. In his head, he's thinking he's going to either be an accessory to murder, or he's going to have to work with the police to ensure himself that he never gets with this girl again. He was having a moral dilemma of tremendous proportions. Grabbing the steering wheel would kill them both if the SUV lost control, and so the only choice was to sit back in his seat, watch the show taking place out the front windshield. 100 yards quickly turned to 50, and sure enough, the tie-dye mage set his walker off the curb and steps into the road. Unc's stomach sinks like a rock. They had approximately 20 yards before the SUV would make contact. It looked like the homeless man was dancing in their lane and expecting them to swerve around, but she was gripping the steering wheel with both hands and no plans to change lanes. All Unc had time to do was put his hands in a half-hearted attempt to block his face from the shards of glass and human corpse that would potentially be flying his way. With his eyelids glued open, he sees the homeless man dissolve into nothingness as the hood of the Cadillac goes through him without making a sound or any vibrations from the expected thud. The tie-dye man dematerialized from their viewpoint over the dashboard. Then, the road in front of them grew like a concrete wall. Unc still had his arms out in front of him when the passenger airbag deployed and shattered one of his wrists and most of the bones in the fingers. The big, sturdy vehicle they'd been driving had just gone from 50 to 0 within a fraction of a second. This was on account of a pothole the size of a bathtub in the far right lane on Evergreen. The whole front of the SUV had been swallowed by a jagged pit made of concrete, metal, and asphalt. The airbag on the driver's side releases with enough velocity to knock the girl unconscious. It takes Unc a second to regain his sense, and then using only one of his hands, he gets his door open and climbs out of the vehicle. The day's rain had accumulated close to a foot of water in the hole, and when he climbed out, it was impossible not to be soaked. Then he crawls his way out of the pothole. It was waist deep, and when he turned around, he saw the SUV with its back end at a 60-degree incline. Its front end was completely crushed and hidden under the pavement of Evergreen Way. He looked in all directions and quickly discerned how alone they were out there. The streets were vacant of anyone except him. His girlfriend hadn't exited the Cadillac, but Unc was too injured from the accident to climb back in and check on her status. There was a gas station across the street at the same four-way intersection. They let him use their phone to call for help. The girl would rise from the pothole before ambulances arrived. She was bruised, but overall got out of it unharmed. They were taken to the hospital to be evaluated. While they were both in the ER waiting room, they discussed not bringing up the homeless man when they were asked about what happened. It wasn't a necessary part. They were driving down Evergreen Way, doing the speed limit with their SUV, and it was destroyed by an unmarked construction area. There was a sign set up, but the wind blew it into the pothole earlier that night. She never saw the tie-dye man return after that. They were both convinced that what they saw that night was his ghost, but what they can't agree on is if he was trying to help them avoid the pothole, or if he was leading them to it. Unc thought that he was hoping she'd swerve to avoid him, but she never stopped believing that he influenced her to fall in that pothole. Coaxed her, per se. So what do you think? Let's say that it was a ghost. Do you think someone could still maintain human infatuations after death? Personally, hearing that story, I think he was trying to get them to avoid the pothole and didn't expect her to go right for him. Maybe he did. I'll be checking the comments periodically. I want to see if you all think this ghost did that shit on purpose or not. Something weird is going on around our property, and I'm just wondering if anyone else has experienced anything like this. We live in southern Georgia, just a half hour away from the Florida border, and we have a lot of land. Much of it is wooded. We've been here around a year, and we also have lots of chickens, some goats, and a few cows. Our only child, Lizzie, is in college now, so it's currently just me and my husband, Saul. It's a lot of work, but we lived in a small town, crowded apartment complex before this. So we were especially grateful to find such an amazing property within our price range. But why was it so cheap, you ask? Well, the previous owner was very upfront about a tragedy that occurred back in the 60s. A man had killed his wife and 2 daughters before ending his own life, which, yes, is tragic, but we've never been too superstitious. The guy selling it to us was also a skeptic who got it dirt cheap, but he couldn't take care of the place by himself anymore. His kids had all started families of their own. His wife passed away the previous year, and now he just wanted to move closer to his grandkids. Basically, we thought that we hit the jackpot. It was like fate wanted us to have this property. And I know what you're thinking, and no, we aren't being haunted. Nothing strange has happened inside the house, only outside. If a ghost is responsible for the events I'm about to share, then holy crap, I had no idea spirits were so terrifying. Okay, so down to it. I guess the first thing happened about a month after we moved. We had just started feeling settled into our new routines and gotten comfortable with all of the animals when Saul found 3 dead blackbirds in the back of the barn. They didn't appear to have any injuries, so we wondered if they might have been sick. But then we remembered the rat poison, those green pellets, and we thought that's what had done it. We didn't have any cats or dogs, so we thought it would be okay, but we got rid of them after that. A few weeks later, I woke up to find a huge dead possum left on our doorstep. I had no idea they got so big, and this time, the cause of death was apparent. The poor thing's throat was actually crushed. It looked like a massive hand closed around its neck and just squeezed. I screamed for my husband, and he came running. Obviously, the possum didn't wander onto our doorstep and unalive itself, so someone had to put it there, right? We called the police. They agreed the animal seemed to have been killed and placed deliberately, but we don't exactly have neighbors or enemies. No one that would have a reason to mess with us. So nothing really came of it. We got one of those doorbell cameras after that, but again, all was well for a while. I know the next one happened in March, because it was the weekend before our daughter's birthday. We drove the 2 hours to her college and went shopping before going to dinner. And then Saul and I drove home. It was around 9:30 when we got back. Our driveway is about half a mile long, and it cuts straight through the woods. Saul was driving, and I was scrolling through Facebook when he suddenly slammed on the brakes and gasped in terror. I looked up just in time to see a large, either brown or black, shape disappear into the woods. Saul punched the gas as soon as it was out of sight. I couldn't get a word out of him until we were inside and all of the doors and windows were locked. He described the thing in the driveway as gorilla-like in appearance and in the way that it walked on its hind legs but leaned on its front. When the lights first hit the creature, it turned towards us just a second before hurrying away, and its face is what frightened Saul the most. Its eyes were big black holes. It didn't have a nose or lips. Likewise, the mouth was just another black hole, only slightly larger than its eyes. We were scared shitless. After that, we bought trail cams, but nothing else happened for almost 4 months. It was the weekend after the 4th of July when we received a dead armadillo on our front step. As disgusting as it was, we were actually relieved because we should have finally had something on camera, but we didn't. We watched the recording eagerly, only saw a dark shape standing in the distance. We didn't even notice it until it moved in order to throw the armadillo at the door. We found footprints that would look human if not for how incredibly wide they were, or the fact that they only had 4 toes. We collected all the trail cam footage, but still didn't get anything concrete, just a few blurry images or questionable shapes. Since all of the other incidents were so spread out, we thought that we would have a while before the next one. But it was only a few days before we found a big, dead snake at our door. Our daughter came home for 2 weeks at the end of her summer break, and on her first night here, we all stayed up late just catching up and hanging out. Sometime around midnight, the animals started going crazy outside. Chickens, cows, goats, all of them. We told Lizzie it was probably just a fox or a coyote, and Saul went out with his shotgun. But she could tell that I was too nervous for it to just be another animal. I actually screamed when we heard the gun go off. I didn't want to frighten her, but once that girl gets started on something, there's no stopping her until she knows every detail. Once I did tell her, she was skeptical anyway, so that was fine. And Saul always was a better liar than me. When he returned, he was so convincing that even I believed he had only killed a snake. I didn't learn the truth until we were getting into bed that night. He'd seen the creature again. I still can't believe how composed he was for Lizzie, but there were tears in his eyes as he described what happened. By the time he got to the animals, the chickens had gone quiet, so he went to check on the cows and goats. When he got into the barn, all the animals were huddled together into the far corners of their stalls, like they were trying to get away from something. Saul shined his light in the direction that they were staring and saw the creature standing atop one of the railings. It jumped down and ran towards my husband. That's when he fired, but it just kept coming and continued straight past him, out of the barn, and back into the woods. He didn't see how he could have missed the shot, but admitted to closing his eyes when he squeezed the trigger. I'm just grateful he wasn't hurt, and that none of our animals were on the doorstep the following morning. We were fortunate enough for nothing else to happen while Lizzie was home, but 2 weeks later we found another armadillo at our door. And the day after that, it was a skunk. It was around this time we got a weird picture that almost seemed like the creature had stuck its face up to the camera. But that was the only one really worth noting, and we aren't even sure about it. Finally, I had to ask, if it's smart enough to avoid cameras, maybe this is a human in a costume after all. What if someone had just been messing with us this whole time? But there's no doubt in Saul's mind. He's fully convinced this thing can't be human. He's looked into the black holes that are its eyes and insists nothing is behind them. It also smells like death, like its insides are already rotting. Sometime after Halloween, we woke up to find 6 blackbirds on our doorstep, and the doorbell camera showed a hulking figure throwing them at the house, one by one. We'd had enough. Saul drove over an hour to borrow 2 small bear traps from a friend. I didn't like the idea, but we didn't have any animals that weren't securely locked away at night, so I didn't have much of an argument. They were left out just after nightfall and collected first thing in the morning, just to be extra cautious, but they only lasted for a few days. One morning, we woke to find both traps had been broken, like they were bent and warped, as if someone tried to crumple them like paper, but couldn't quite crush it all the way. That scared me more than anything else we had seen. The strength it must have taken is unbelievable. Much more than what it would take to chuck a dead animal at our doorstep. We had a nearly 2-month break after that, until we woke up to find another giant possum on our doorstep. That happened just a few weeks ago, so we're probably due for another visit any time now. The randomness of it is one of the worst parts. You just never know when something is going to happen. And it's never what you're expecting it to be. Never. If I go up to the door and peek out the side window to see if there are any bulky shapes on the stoop, nothing will be there. It's only the mornings, when my mind is completely elsewhere, when I'm rushing to get out of the house without thinking that something is inevitably going to be waiting for me. I just don't understand. Even when it had the chance, it never hurt us. Technically, it's never even threatened us. Not really. When it charged at Saul, he'd been blocking the only exit, and despite the fact that he shot at it, the creature still just ran past him. And though it did disturb the animals, it could have killed them all by now. Yet it only kills things in the forest. I just can't shake the feeling that it thinks it's leaving us gifts, like a cat. I'm not saying I want to pet it. I'm just curious. I've never seen anything so terrifying, and I haven't even seen its face. Saul wakes up in cold sweats all the time because he has nightmares about the holes in its face. If I had known that groups like this exist, I would have shared our story sooner. But my daughter only just told me about you all a few days ago. Since then, I've been reading other people's stories while working up the courage to write this. I just don't know if anyone has the slightest idea of what it could be. Even if you aren't sure, all guesses are welcome. Thanks for reading. Hey all, 45-year-old widower here, and I need some help with a demon. A lot has happened to get me to this point, so I'm just gonna take you through this mess best I can. My wife, Tammy, died just under 2 years ago, during our son's freshman year of college. He took the rest of the semester off, but eventually we had to go back to our lives, so he returned to school after Christmas break. Then it was just me here, alone, with Tammy's memory, and I didn't handle that so well. I started drinking just to fall asleep at night, and next thing you know, bam, I was a full-on alcoholic. For a while, I thought it was under control because I was holding down my job. Turns out my boss was just giving me a little room because of my situation. But that grace period came to an end when I screwed up some paperwork that cost him north of $30,000. The customers appreciated the hell out of me, but somehow that didn't make much of an impact when I was begging John not to fire me. I thought being home alone all night was torture, but I didn't realize how much worse things could get. I had been ignoring my actual schedule and working 7 days a week from opening to closing, so I didn't have to go home. But now I was trapped here, 24/7. That's when the weird shit started happening. Now, I dream about Tammy all the time, and anyone who has lost a loved one knows how hard it is the first few moments after waking up. You forget what's happened, and for a few seconds, life feels normal again. Then reality comes crashing back, and you have to relive the grief again. See, that happens to me all the time, but occasionally, there's a twist to it. First, I should probably clarify that I've never experienced sleep paralysis before this, and I've always thought the paranormal was just superstitious nonsense. It's all in the months leading up to this. I never once considered seeing a psychic or trying to contact Tammy's spirit. The thought hadn't even occurred to me until she started talking to me in my dreams. During the second week of November, I had my first experience. From the very beginning, I knew it wasn't a normal dream. I wasn't reliving old memories or seeing visions of Tammy's accident. I was in bed, alone, and the only source of light came from a dimming street lamp outside my window. It was just bright enough to reveal a shadowy figure looming next to the door, which I assumed to be an intruder. I tried to jump out of bed, but I was completely paralyzed. I couldn't move a muscle. I was just stuck lying on my back as this person slowly inched closer. They moved like they hadn't noticed that I was awake. I didn't know who it could be or what they wanted, but then they passed by the window, and I saw it was Tammy. There was no period of confusion where I thought she was still alive. I was fully lucid. The first thought was, this is the realest nightmare I've ever had, and I couldn't wait for it to be over. She didn't look like ghosts do in the movies, not unless it's horror. This wasn't one of those lovely visions where she's at peace or gives me her blessing to move on. No. She looked like she randomly decided to come home and crawled out of her grave. She was on her way to the grocery store when a giant dually truck came flying off on an exit ramp and killed her on impact. The other driver died as well. Apparently, he had left a bar to go pick up a friend. The damage was so bad. I'm sorry. I really can't handle describing it in detail, but she suffered massive trauma. And now she was standing there like she had just stepped out of the wreckage. After she passed the window, the darkness once again distorted her features, but only until she was directly next to me. Then she sat on the edge of the bed and suddenly became very much the image of what you would see in a movie. She was glowing and beautiful. She smiled, and all the fear melted away, forgotten. She said that she was still here, unable to move on, and needed my help. Then her soft glow faded back into a shadow, and disappeared entirely. That's the last thing I remember before waking up in the morning. I fully believed it was only a dream, but it freaked me out, and unlike other dreams, it didn't fade as the day wore on. I couldn't get it out of my head. Later the next evening, I was watching TV in the den, and Tammy's recliner suddenly popped open, exactly as if she'd sat in it. We have 2 big leather lazy boys that are pretty worn in. All you gotta do is sit down and slightly lean back for them to pop open. But they've never just randomly opened by themselves. I heard the noise it made when she would sit down. I know you all know what I mean. That distinct sound of the leather stretching and the springs squeaking. I looked over in confusion to literally see an imprint of someone sitting there as the chair leaned back and the footrest came out. A few nights later, I had another nightmare where I woke up paralyzed again. It started with the same horrifying image of Tammy after her accident, but she was glowing by the time she sat next to me. And again, she said something about being stuck here, but she almost sounded far away. Then, the last thing I was able to understand was something about a box in the back of her closet. When I woke up in the morning, there was an awful stench of rotten meat. It almost made me forget about the dream, but then I thought of how random the thing about Tammy's closet was, and I wondered if I smelled something in my sleep. Like maybe my subconscious decided it was coming from the closet. All of Tammy's stuff is exactly where she left it, because I just can't bear to go through it. But I had to get rid of that smell. Well, the only thing I found was a birthday present and a card that she never got to give to me. It had never even occurred to me that she had probably already gotten one. I sat on the floor reading the card over and over for a long time, before suddenly realizing the bad smell was gone. I couldn't explain it any more than a dream leading me to that present. So that's when I learned about sleep paralysis on the internet. It kept popping up all over my search results, and most of it matched the actual experience perfectly. Then I started looking into ghosts and reading about other people who claimed to be visited by a dead spouse. I read a lot of stories where someone lost their partner unexpectedly, and neither party could move on, not until they were able to say a proper goodbye. That really seemed to fit with the parts where Tammy said that she was stuck. Well, I couldn't afford to hire a psychic, not while I'm living off of savings and insurance, so I decided to talk to Tammy herself. I might be a sorry piece of shit these days, but the one line I won't cross is driving drunk. I couldn't bear to do to someone else what that bastard did to us. Instead, I overnighted a Ouija board and some candles from Amazon. It didn't work right away. In fact, I almost quit. But then the glass slider piece actually started moving. I about shit myself. But Tammy basically confirmed almost everything that I had assumed. She didn't have the closure that she needed to move on and needed help. But that's as far as we got the first night, because it just suddenly stopped working. Still, for the first time, I had hope again. I drank less and less to the point that I hadn't realized I was down to a 6-pack a day. More things started happening around the house. Sometimes I heard footsteps, or it would suddenly get really cold. During the next sleep paralysis incident, she appeared in glowing form from the beginning. I didn't have to see the nightmare version at all. That time, she said she was getting stronger and asked me to use the board again, saying that she would keep getting stronger until we could have a real conversation. She didn't have to tell me twice. I started using that thing every night, and we talked a little more each time. Occasionally, I smelled the rotten meat again and woke up in a cold sweat. But other times, I would feel a hand on my shoulder or hear her voice and draw strength from it. Then came the night when I had my most intense sleep paralysis episode yet. It felt as real as writing this letter right now. I thought that it was time to say goodbye, but that's not what she wanted. She wanted to be together again, all of us. When our son came home for Christmas, she expected both of us to join her. She even suggested ways to do it. That's when I knew this thing wasn't Tammy. In my research, I'd seen more than a few cautionary tales, but I never actually read any of them all the way through. I just really wanted my case to be one of the real ones. Deep down, I knew there was something wrong. No one else's stories involved stenches of rotten meat or seeing their loved ones mangled. Certainly, they hadn't been asked to harm themselves or others, at least not until I started reading about demons. I'm trying really hard not to start drinking like I was again, but this has all been too much. I've been ignoring it for the last week, and it's just getting angrier and angrier. It pounds on the doors so hard that they shake, and it tries to slam them when you're passing through. I've woken up with scratches on my neck, my back. My son comes home for Christmas in 5 days. I'm afraid for his safety, but if I say why, he'll think that my drinking has gotten worse. Well, seeing is believing, so maybe we'll go to my brother's once he knows I'm not crazy. Of course, I would much rather get rid of this thing. I'm willing to try a priest, but I don't go to church, and the ones I've called have all hung up on me. I even visited a few, but they ended up asking me to leave. I really don't know what to do. I should say firstly that I've never harmed any living creature for pleasure. I do have blood on my hands, mostly from my service in the military when I was a younger man. PTSD never goes away. It's an uncontrollable, unconscious reaction from a lifetime of memories lived by another man, a young and naive man, the husk I grew to emerge from. When I discarded my old shell, talks of it could reanimate the corpse to dance in vivid memories so real you'd swear you were there again. Memories I have no interest in revisiting, but I believe prefacing this is necessary in order for the next part to fully make sense. After discharge, I was still active in the Ready Reserve for a few more years. My first wife, Jackie, and I fell in love with the suburbs of D.C. Jackie was a nurse at the Veterans Hospital. I would struggle to hold down stable employment through the first year as a civilian. My mind was damaged, and I was barely functioning. The worst episode occurred when I was working at a Safeway. I was on a knee opening boxes of milk to start stocking in a big refrigeration unit. The cooling fans in there are loud. A coworker walks up behind me to put something in the refrigerator. I don't notice her, but she accidentally knocks over a jar and it explodes. The noise startled me so much that it had triggered a flashback, and I black out. Blacking out is something unreal. At first, my eyes were fixed on brown cardboard. Through the holes, the rows of gold-capped glass jars, each filled with white milk, that would clink and slosh around as I pulled them out. Then, in the blink of an eye, I realize I'm standing. My coworker's back is pressed against my chest. My left arm was holding her like a bear hug, while in my right hand was a box cutter. The door to the refrigeration unit is opened, and in the doorway, shoppers are staring in. In front of them, my boss has his hands up and is walking towards me. My ears fully dial back into frequency, and everything hit me all at once. I instantly released the woman and dropped the box cutter. I was lucky not to have gone to prison that day. They decided not to call the police. My boss served in World War II. He understood the horrors of war, but he could also see that I wasn't fit for normal life yet. As I scrambled to find other work, the offer that we'd previously put down on a house had finally been accepted. Thankfully, Jackie was smart enough with money. She'd stashed away the money in a coffee tin under her vanity for months. We had just enough to move in, but in order for us to continue our residency, I needed to find a job fast. The first couple of months after moving in were the most stressful and put the most strain on me and Jackie's marriage. We did everything in our power to make the house feel like a home, but it just never did. Even with the heat up and the lights on, the cold, dark energy was inescapable. I was drained every morning because I'd be plagued by night terrors almost every night. The dreams I had were also no longer amidst the backdrop of North Vietnam. Instead, the setting began to resemble home. visions of my neighborhood after a catastrophic disaster. The sky above is colored orange from a glow of distant fires, and violence fills the street as neighbors turn on one another for resources. Internalizing my trauma was the worst thing that I could have done for myself and my relationship, but we were both increasingly stressed, both at our breaking points. I kept it from Jackie, in fear of becoming more of a burden in her eyes, further scrutinizing my sanity and ability to provide a stable household. Soon enough, the night terrors would reach a level I've never experienced. I began to question if I was awake or asleep when they decided to haunt me. In our bedroom, we had a walk-in closet with sliding doors. I was reading a book late one night when I heard the wooden doors of the closet quietly rattle. I looked up to see them both gently slide open. I got chills like never before, and the hair stood up on the back of my neck, then my whole body. I'm staring into the closet. The shade of darkness grows deeper the further back my eyes try to focus. Then, from the floor up, the blackest of colors inside the closet begins to morph and take shape, eating every ounce of reflecting light. It resembled a slow-rising plume of smoke, or vines, as it started to grow into a human shape. The figure was female, and the smoke she grew from continued to fall through the ground like an endless dress. I did the only thing that I thought I could do, the only thing that I used to do when I'd see images of war, and that was to close my eyes tight, try to fall asleep before they became too real. I'd come to find out that that was only the entity introducing herself to me. She would be a fixture in my peripherals during the day and night. I would see her take form in the corners of the room, but I would never interact or look over. She looked like what I used to see during active duty. The ghosts of men you killed in battle that day follow you on your march back to the barracks. With the moon at our backs, our shadows in front of us would be joined by other shadows. Sometimes you could outrun them. Sometimes they'd run with you. Observations everyone in the platoon experienced, but didn't always share out loud. The first winter Jackie and I spent in our house was bitterly cold. A new pipe would burst seemingly once a week, and I'd have to crawl under the house to fix it. I hated getting down there in the crawl space. That's when I'd be tormented by this female entity. I could feel her crawling around with me, faster than I could move. My flashlight would catch her as I swiveled for tools. I'd suppress my fear just enough to keep my hands from shaking as I finished the job. Then, that same winter, we receive a call from Jackie's sister. She'd sustained a pretty extensive injury slipping on ice. Jackie would need to stay with her through the new year to help out. Jackie had to catch 2 buses to get to work every day. She and I would talk on the phone every night, and I would visit her on lunch breaks, but it wasn't the same. We missed each other more than we knew. Ironically, I think this time apart made us appreciate each other more. I filled my time with odd jobs around town, doing my best to stay out of the house as long as I could, before having to return in the evening. I was alone, but I wasn't. It was impossible not to feel like I was constantly being stalked within the confines of my home. Out the window, I watched my neighbors hang up Christmas lights without a care in the world. The gutters and doors of my house remained bare. No wreath, no tree, no decorations. There was no point in wasting the effort if I was going to be the only one pretending to enjoy it. With Jackie coming home for the new year, I decided to stop feeling sorry for myself and spruce the place up a little bit. I picked up some candles that were festively scented, some new blankets for the couch, all of our favorite foods. It was important to ring in the new year correctly, I thought. However, once Jackie got home, she told me that being with her sister had been stressful, yes, but she also felt relief. Relief from her night terrors, relief from the shadows. At first, she thought that I was offended because I hadn't said a word, but I wasn't offended. I completely understood. I told her as much, finally, and then we officially started swapping stories. I learned her dreams were slightly different from mine. She described chaos similar to mine, but also personal nightmares like losing a limb, watching me die horrific deaths over and over. The most unsettling, yet reaffirming of all, she also described the same figure, and she confirmed she'd seen the figure while she was awake. She was folding clothes in the living room, watching TV, but she had that intense feeling, like she was being watched. Glancing towards the hallway, she focused on the darkness, feeling that it was darker than it should be. Then she saw it. The black plume formed the shape of a woman, cloaked in continuous darkness. Jackie said she froze and just closed her eyes tightly, praying that it would go away. When she opened her eyes, it was gone. Being at her sister's, she said, it felt as though a giant weight had been lifted. She believed the weight to be our house. We both couldn't believe that we'd kept it from one another, but I guess I understand it from both sides. At first, I thought we felt better, having it all out in the open. We were motivated to try and figure out what to do about this feeling, what to do about the house. And I wish that we'd made it that far, but for several reasons. Some I can explain, others I can't. Everything really did start to fall apart. Our careers, the house, our relationship itself. We had no time to do much of anything except for work and try to get some sleep in between doing so. Night terrors continued. Shadows intensified, manifesting in more places than just the closets, the hallways, the corners. It was everywhere. This figure haunted us until we surrendered. Jackie and I ended up filing for divorce after we sold the house. There was no bitterness there, but we were both exhausted. We didn't stay close, but we ran into each other maybe 6 years after the divorce at a mutual friend's funeral. I wasn't going to bring it up, but Jackie did, asking me if I ever saw that figure again. Honestly, I hadn't thought about it. In fact, I was sure that I hadn't thought about it since the moment we sold that house. And she said the same thing. Until Jackie, I always assumed all of my nightmares were my own. Any horror I experienced, I assumed, was superficial or the result of recalling a more horrific time. Though I don't know exactly what we experienced, I at least know that I wasn't alone in that one. I've had a few experiences, but this one happened not too long ago. I've been going to therapy for quite some time. At this point, I'd been with my current therapist for maybe 2 years. I was making progress and was really impressed with how much she'd been able to help me. She had 2 young kids who would come to her office on days when there was no school. There was a playroom set up across from her office. Usually a nanny would accompany the kids. There was never any disruption to our sessions, even though the children were young. I was almost as impressed by that as I was by her obvious skills. This day, she came in with her 2 kids and started upstairs. A much older woman was between her and her kids. I thought that she must have gotten a new nanny. She told me to come up and we settled in for our session, except I had an overwhelming feeling of sadness. I asked her if she was okay. She told me that she was, but, of course, she would say that because she has boundaries. I was looking past her at the closet with a dark wooden door when the strangest thing happened. The older woman that I'd seen behind her kids sort of materialized into the wood grain and then stepped forward behind my therapist. She put her hand on her shoulder. I asked my therapist if she was okay. She assured me she was. Then the older woman seemed to notice me. She spoke. "Tell her I'm okay." I pretended I didn't hear her. She said louder, "Tell her I'm okay." This time I said, "No." This was all happening not out loud, but telepathically. It's very hard to explain. I guess it's sort of like having your head and your heart working simultaneously. I didn't want to tell her that her dead mother was standing behind her, asking me to give her a really bland message from the beyond. I might have been willing to take a chance had she said, tell her about the time when she was 5 and we went to the beach and had a fish boil, or anything that wasn't so mundane. But I'm okay. I don't know. I asked my therapist one more time, and with greater urgency. Are you sure you're okay? This time she said, well, I just found out before I came to work that someone close to me died. I thought, yeah, no kidding. I told her I was sorry, and that we certainly didn't need to finish the session, since I also knew it was her mother, and she probably needed to make some sort of arrangements. Meanwhile, her mother continued to talk to me. Here's the thing. This is my therapist, not a friend, and I really liked her as a therapist. I didn't really want to tell her that I was seeing things. I also didn't want to pass on a message from the beyond, because it seemed like a really big boundary problem. I left. She told me she'd be gone for several weeks. In the ensuing weeks, I was obsessing about the message from her mother. Keep in mind, my therapist never told me who had died. When she came back to work, I scrounged up my courage and told her what had happened. I described what the woman had looked like, what she was wearing, what she said. I told her I knew it was a pretty bland message, but I had to tell her because I couldn't quit hearing it, and I had to say it out loud to her. She looked absolutely astonished. She told me that when her father passed, her mother would say, I just wish I knew he was okay. It had become something that she obsessed about over the years. The message, I'm okay, it meant a lot to her and her siblings. Go figure. When I was in 11th grade, I was dating a girl named Gigi. Our families didn't really care much for our lesbian relationship. And one night, her family situation became physically abusive, and she called my house from a payphone. It was 2 a.m. My dad answered. The only reason he'd woken me up is because Gigi sounded so upset on the phone. He might have thought that she was going to dump me or something. Regardless, he hands over the phone and she explains what happened. She tells me what street she's on, and I tell her that I'll come pick her up. That's where my dad drew the line. He said, the hell you are. He said, in no way am I going to take the car out. I only had a learner's permit, so I couldn't really argue the legal ramifications, if I would have been pulled over, that is. So, I got back on the phone. I told her that I'd run to her. The park that she was calling me from was only a mile or 2 from our house. My dad again interrupted me, told me flat out, if I leave this house tonight, that the doors would be locked when I tried to come home. Him saying that only made me want to do it more. So I did. I said, be right there, and hung up the phone. Then I got up, walked past my dad and out the front door. The suburbs of Detroit were empty that night. Freezing temperatures, the snow that was slowly accumulating on the sidewalk, and it was 2 a.m. I was the only soul on the street walking to Gigi. When I got to her, she'd taken shelter inside the phone booth. Temperatures were only going to get colder as the night progressed. I suggested that we use one of the many vacant houses to get out of the conditions for the night. We found a boarded-up Rambler and entered through the back door. We said hello a couple of times, making sure nobody was already occupying this location with the same idea we had. The place was an absolute mess and smelled terrible. But it was an insulated roof, 4 walls to protect us from the elements. So, we decided to stay. We didn't initially explore the house during the night. Both of us were exhausted, and all we had for a light source was Gigi's Bic. Sitting on the hardwood floor, I realized I didn't bring anything for warmth for an overnight outing. Thankfully, Gigi had done this before. She'd brought a sleeping bag, along with a few pieces of clothing that we also used to bundle up on the floor that night. We relied mostly on trying not to break the seal of our body heat, keeping us warm under the mix of clothes and a sleeping bag. It would have been impossible to actually fall asleep. The hard floorboards were uncomfortable, and all night, we both kept hearing the sound of others in the house. Footsteps and whispers from other rooms were clear enough for us to destroy our hot pocket bed and creep around the pitch-black house, trying to find where the sounds were coming from. Each time we thought we were getting close, the voices would sound like they were coming from another room. We poked our head into each room to confirm nobody or no animal was there. Then, we got back into our cocoon and tried to warm up again. A few minutes later, the sound started again. But this time, there were footsteps walking in the room we were laying in. Both of us just tucked our heads under the sleeping bag and hid, trembling together as the heavy steps walked past us. Back and forth. Then it would stop again. Gigi and I stayed hidden under her sleeping bag until the sun rose that next morning. As soon as there was light in the house, the sound stopped. Gigi and I got up and rechecked the rooms now that there was visibility once again, but we don't find anyone in any of the other rooms. We didn't find anyone until I looked closer at one of the trash piles in the back bedroom. There, reaching out from the bottom of this heap of trash, was a thin, decomposing arm. The sun perfectly bounced off the blue and silver watch that sparkled in the rays. We thought that it was a Halloween prop. The skin was discolored and sank deep into the curves of the bone. Having seen nothing like this before, we were convinced it was fake. Gigi liked the watch, so she walked over to it and attempts to lift up its arm to get a closer look. It's heavy as she begins to pull, and Gigi quickly realizes that's because there's a body attached to the arm. A dead body, badly decomposed. Gigi unintentionally pulled the arm off the body, but the long-sleeve shirt that they were wearing kept everything together when it was dragged out from underneath the trash. The corpse was only revealed to the shoulders before Gigi dropped it, and we both started screaming and ran for the door. In 1974, Detroit would experience one of the heaviest snowstorms on record. As we shivered inside through the night, outside it would snow over 19 inches. We were virtually trapped inside the abandoned house. A little over 1.5 feet doesn't seem that bad, but the front door was unusable. And the back door, it was already partially obstructed, with rubble from a falling roof, overgrown bushes, and other debris. We discovered the snow had packed in the little shimmy that we used to enter by crawling in the night before. Gigi had packed a couple of items for food that we could ration through the day, but we needed a plan to escape. In the hallway outside of the corpse room, the ceiling had a square-shaped wooden hatch that led to the attic. We pulled the kitchen table through the house until it was directly under the opening. I was a little shorter than Gigi and still couldn't reach it when I climbed onto the table. Gigi could, however, so I got under her feet and assisted in pushing her up into the attic. She spins around and tells me that she'll go call the fire department from the payphone. I blow her a kiss and watch her disappear from the square frame. Then I listen to her footsteps as she crosses the attic to the area that had caved in, leaving a gaping hole that led to the backyard. Snow had made it into the attic from the hole, and the ceiling creaked with the added pressure of Gigi's movement. Eventually, I would hear her scuffle from the shingles on the roof and drop into the snow outside the back door. She would then slowly make her way through the snow that reached up to her knees. She'd barely prepared for an overnight stay, but Gigi definitely didn't plan on walking miles through deep freezing snow with her thin bell-bottom jeans. Those were in no way protecting her from the cold. They were instantly wet, making each step feel like needles against her legs until they went numb. It was close to 5 a.m, but with the thick clouds hanging above, the sun couldn't break through. The streets were still empty due to the record amount of snow that had fallen. Nobody in their right mind was going anywhere that day. The flurries and the wind made visibility practically impossible as Gigi slowly pushed through the white powder. While Gigi's gone, I sit on our sleeping bag nest and color in one of her notepads, trying to distract myself from the fact that I'm trapped alone in a condemned house with a corpse. Soon, I hear crunching and cracking moving about in the attic. I'm hoping Gigi's come back, but there's something deep in my soul that's telling me it hasn't been nearly enough time for Gigi to have made it to a payphone and back. Maybe she'd abandoned her mission. The conditions were too harsh and she was forced to turn around. But as I listened, the noises above my head, whoever was in the attic, they'd started running back and forth. You could tell where the snow had stopped its intrusion because the steps would have been louder on the wood as it was unbuffed by the snow. Moving left to right, the steps remained fast, but the crunch of snow became more and more present, back and forth, back and forth. Now I'm really praying that what I'm hearing might possibly be Gigi. I stood up and I walked over to the square frame that looks up into the attic. The footsteps continued, and they only stopped after I shouted out, "Gigi?" Then, the house becomes completely quiet again. The only thing I can hear is my heartbeat in my ears. I thought I was going to have my first anxiety attack. I walked back, sat on the sleeping bag to resume my coloring, but almost as soon as my pencil hit the notebook, a click echoes off the wall. In my peripheral vision, I see a door at the end of the hallway pop open a crack. My eyes would shoot back and forth from there into the ceiling, hoping not to see something crawling down from it. Then back to the door. It hadn't opened more. I didn't know what time it was. I couldn't measure how long I was there until I heard the sound of my dad's voice approaching with Gigi. They started calling my name and I started shouting back. My dad had brought a shovel and he was able to dig a big break through the original opening that we had outside the back door. I was able to get out. It was a miracle that Gigi and my dad had crossed paths. After I hadn't returned and the snowstorm happened, my dad went out looking for me. He knew the approximate area that I had taken the call from, as he had overheard last night, and he prayed that we were smart enough to find shelter. He didn't have a plan after that but to set out on foot and call my name along the way. He'd been walking since the sun came up, probably around the same time Gigi set out on her route. She heard him calling out for me and followed the voice until she reached my dad and practically collapsed into his arms. My dad carried her like a piggyback ride with her arms wrapped around his neck, and they went back to the house to rescue me. It took hours to walk back to our house. We were all exhibiting signs of hypothermia when we walked into the living room. My mom made us hot water bottles and gave us blankets. Then she called the police to report the body. Emergency services were slightly unreliable in those conditions, equally as stranded and helpless against the amount of snow collected on the pavement. If my dad hadn't started walking, Gigi would have most likely died out there, and nobody would have found me. Senior year, 2011, my dad and I are driving home one late night after one of my volleyball tournaments. We live in Elma, Washington, which, if you don't know, it's rural as hell. With rural comes a lot of long roads, usually leading to nothing but houses and farmland. Our house is down one of those long roads. We've driven it 1,000 times, I'd have to guess. I even learned to drive on this road. It's not incredibly wide, that's for sure, or well lit, though it's rarely populated. We're never driving that fast because we don't hate our community. Plus, that night it was raining, and that's another reason to drive slower. Anyway, it was dark, raining. We'd been driving for over 2 hours, and I'd been dozing in and out most of that time. But now that we were on our road, I was bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. My dad was driving slowly, but I couldn't wait to be home, and I was already gathering my stuff, looking for my phone. My dad telling me to just wait a second when we have some light. I don't listen, turn on the cab light briefly. I go to unbuckle my seatbelt, and he asks me sternly if I'm serious, and tells me, "Don't even think about unbuckling that." This time I listened. I found my phone, so I turned off the light. As I switch the light off, I'm looking forward out the window. My dad and I both gasp at the exact same time. There's a man standing in the middle of the road. He only becomes visible just before there's no time to stop. Suddenly, my dad is swerving hard to the left, going clear into the other lane. He tried to overcorrect, and the combination of the rain and last-minute maneuvering, we didn't make a full 360, landed ourselves in the ditch. My dad checks to see if I'm okay, and thankfully, I'm fine. Once he confirms this, he immediately leaves the car and runs to the road. I grab my phone and follow him up the embankment. Just as my dad is about to reach the road, a blinding blue light flashes in front of us. Lights up the whole area like it's daytime, just for a second, before darkness takes over again. My dad had sorta stumbled back, and I was there to help brace his fall. I asked him, even though I knew the answer, was that lightning? He keeps going up towards the road. We search for the man on the road, but it's like he'd vanished into thin air. There's no driveways close enough. We were on the only side of the road that someone could be walking on. The surrounding area, it's nothing but scattered trees and open land. No man anywhere. My dad holds his phone over the road, where we'd seen the man. He tells me to look at it. When I do, I can see there's a blackened piece of the road, like someone had burned it, similar to when you light off a firework. It didn't seem incredibly significant, but my dad was sure hyper-focused on it. Then suddenly his phone rings, and it breaks his concentration after giving both of us the jump scare of our lives. Already too many for one night. It's my mom. So my dad quickly explains he needs her to come pull us out of the ditch with the other rig. While waiting for her, my dad says to me, "You know that wasn't lightning, right?" I had a feeling, I told him, especially when no thunder rolled in. I asked what he thought it was. He just told me he didn't really know, but that the mark on the road, the guy, and the light, they all seemed to appear in the exact same spot. Once my mom showed up, we used the headlights of the truck to scan the area, see if we'd missed anything in the vicinity, but there was nothing or no one out there with us. My parents were talking about it when we got home. My dad was still fired up about the whole thing, kept wondering if he should go out there and look for the guy or what. My mom convinced him to stay inside, saying that she's going to report what we saw to the police and let them check it out. When she asks us what he was wearing, what we saw, we both just sort of look at each other. What had they been wearing? I told my dad I couldn't be sure, but it looked like maybe he was wearing all one color. He sort of shook his head, no, but agreed verbally that, yeah, maybe all one color, like gray or some sort of blue. We couldn't seem to agree on the color. In fact, the more we thought about it, the less we could recall. Also, now sitting in the light of the dining room, it's obvious that my dad has some sort of markings or burns on his forearms and face. They look like sunburns, but in a line going horizontally across his upper body. We decided that the only thing that could have caused this was the bright light that flashed for a moment as we made our way up the embankment. My mom starts checking me over, looking for marks. Nothing, but she ordered both of us to take showers. This is probably a good time to mention that my mom is big on X-Files. She loves her aliens and fantasy shows. My dad too, but sci-fi, if you will, it's her favorite. She starts talking about how she saw that flash of light, chalked it up to lightning, till there was no thunder. She says that she knew my dad was about to call her, and that's why she called my dad. She also points out how it's odd that neither of us hit our heads, but we seem to be having memory problems from the last hour. We couldn't deny that what she was saying wasn't entirely insane. It was actually odd how we couldn't really recall any details of the figure in the road, and that we'd even started calling it the figure instead of the man. But I felt like I'd retained enough to grasp onto the fact that who or what we saw was a man. He was at least in the shape of one when we almost collided with him in our car. The whole thing, it still just leaves this unsettling oddity feeling. Like my dad and I try to laugh it off sometimes, yet it always leads back to this place where I know we're both just sitting there, thinking about it, wondering, speculating. Just something we'll never really have an answer for, I suppose. There was a popular joke I always heard growing up. A man tells his bartender, "I bet you a free drink that I can bite my own eyeball." And seeing this as an impossible task, the bartender agrees. The man then promptly removes his glass eye and places it between his teeth before putting it back. Amused, the bartender pours his drink. Then the man says, "I bet you another drink I can bite my other eye too." Knowing the man can clearly see just fine, the bartender reasons that he can't possibly have two glass eyes, and so accepts his terms. Next, the man removes his dentures and gently places his teeth around his very real left eye. My Uncle Ty was particularly fond of telling it because he already had fake teeth and used to joke that if he had a glass eye, he'd never pay for another drink again. Well, as they say, careful what you wish for. Ty owned a lot of land with a really big pond, and the whole family would often go over there on weekends to fish and have a bonfire. My dad is one of 9, so we're a big family. The adults got drunk while the kids ran around having sword fights with flaming sticks. When it started getting late, we would all sit around the big fire and eat hot dogs. Sometimes, Ty would play a game that we call homemade bombs. The objective was to throw a random item into the fire and rate the resulting explosion. It was usually little things like lighters, batteries, or empty bottles. But then Ty got the idea to throw in a full bottle of beer, fresh from the cooler. Everyone got back, but nothing happened. I don't know how long we actually waited, but it felt like a long time. Eventually, Ty gave up and returned to the fire with his poker. He leaned over the flames, jabbed his stick right in the center, and then boom. Later, he said he never touched the bottle. That's just when it exploded. For a brief, flashing moment, the flames engulfed his entire head before he staggered backwards and fell into the dirt. His hands covered his face, and he was screaming like he got hurt really bad. My dad and another uncle ran over and pulled his hands away to see how badly he was burned. And that's when we saw the giant glass shard protruding from his eye. Much of his hair, along with his eyebrows and beard, were gone, and his entire face was turning redder by the second. We're a poor family from the sticks, so we don't really call ambulances unless death is imminent. We normally won't even go into an emergency room unless we break a bone bigger than a finger. But this one, it's one of the exceptions. We don't play about eye shit. Even if we had called an ambulance, we were out in the sticks. It would have taken twice the time for Ty to get help. So my dad and a few others drove him to the hospital, while the rest of us waited for an update. It was a long night for everyone, especially Ty's wife. She was always on his ass about being reckless, and now his day of reckoning had finally come. It probably goes without saying that Ty's eye couldn't be saved. He was soon fitted for a glass replacement, and the only thing he wanted to do was go to a bar and try out his favorite joke. The problem is that we're in a small town, so everyone had not only heard the joke, they knew about his accident. Well, that man got a truckload of his buddies and drove 2 hours to the nearest city where he finally got to do his trick. It didn't take long for the word to spread, but over the years, he would occasionally go out and find a stranger willing to play. For the most part, people just didn't mind humoring him because he was a fun guy to be around. Sadly, he passed away 3 years ago. In the end, it was his heart that got him. But he had a long life filled with great stories. The real lesson here isn't to be careful what you wish for, but to be careful what you throw into a fire. I love explosions as much as the next country bumpkin, but you gotta throw some common sense in there, too. If you're too drunk to walk straight, you're probably too drunk to play homemade bombs. I'm a 38-year-old female, and I just lost my grandmother a few weeks ago. She was very sick at the end and required round-the-clock care. Our family doesn't have a whole lot of money, so my siblings and I took turns staying with her. Ultimately, I was the one on duty when she passed, and I was alone with her during those final hours. We'd had so many false alarms that we had all said our goodbyes multiple times and decided that there was no need to continue congregating every few days. For the first part, she wasn't entirely herself anymore anyway. Lucid moments were few and far between, and it caused her a great deal of stress to have a crowd of strangers hovering over her. That last night, however, well, I guess she seemed like herself. She recognized me and knew what year it was. She also remembered that Grandpa died 15 years ago, and that was usually her greatest area of confusion, so I thought she was fully lucid. She always said the best way to take her mind off the pain was good old-fashioned conversation. At the end, especially, her favorite thing to do was just to reminisce with one another. I was especially grateful for these moments. I learned so many things that I'd never known about her, like how she backpacked through Europe after college. You'd think that would be something that she spoke of more often, but she was a bit wild in those days, so I can understand why she wasn't eager to share that particular story with her grandchildren nonetheless. I really thought we were having a lovely moment, but then the conversation shifted to how she met my grandfather. Now, as far as I knew, she had a loving 53-year marriage to the sweetest, gentlest man in the world. He was one of those grandfathers that always slid you a candy when your parents weren't looking, and growing up, my siblings and I had all been very close with him. Whenever we stayed with our grandparents, they always seemed so in love. We definitely never saw them fight. I don't think we ever heard Pops raise his voice. So you can imagine my confusion when Nana's story went from our first date had been the best night of my life to I never dreamed that Satan himself was hiding behind those big hazel eyes. I couldn't believe my ears, but when I tried to speak, she cut me off. No, Brenda, I can't die with this on my conscience. Had she not used my name or had her words not been so clear, I could have rested easy knowing that they were just mindless ramblings. But this was wholly unlike any of her past episodes. Her eyes were clear, her tone was sharp, and her expression was deadly serious. But her actual story was so foreign that I felt she was speaking another language. According to her, Pops was a cruel, selfish man who controlled every aspect of her life, from the day they said "I do." He alienated her from her friends and family before they had their first child, belittled her when they were alone, and became violent when he drank. But only with her, never the children. She wasn't allowed to have a job either. I'd always thought that she'd chosen to be a stay-at-home mother, but now she was claiming that Pops forbade her from having a career. When my mom and sister were kids, they loved Pops so much that she knew that they would blame her for a divorce, and she couldn't bear the thought of losing them. Bingo nights were one of Nana's few freedoms. For over 30 years, she went every Wednesday and most Sundays. Sometimes she would proudly display a random trifle that she'd won, but they were always small, simple prizes. I think the most expensive thing I saw her with was a $20 gift card for Outback Steakhouse. Well, little did I know that Nana was apparently a bingo legend. She played a lot of cards at once, and she often won. I would have never dreamed that you could win real cash prizes playing bingo, but apparently that's a thing. The most that she ever won was $500, but that was during a rare trip to the city. The games they hold in our area are done on a much smaller scale, but even so. She saved every penny of her winnings for over 30 years. By the end of it, she had almost $20,000 hidden away. The only problem was where she kept it. Nowadays, it's not that difficult to go out and open a secret bank account behind your spouse's back, but things were done differently when Nana had first started squirreling away her money. She didn't have anyone that she trusted enough to hide it for her. She was forced to use the shoebox method. It was hidden in the very back of her closet, buried beneath all the old junk that she could pile on top. Then came the day that Pops returned from work in a new car, one they definitely couldn't afford, and it was filled with presents for the children. Nana was immediately very nervous. She didn't know if he'd gotten a promotion, a new job, but his biggest highs were always followed with even bigger lows, and that one was shaping up to be a doozy. She had learned to play along when these things happened, at least until she could determine his true motives. He never did anything out of kindness. After the kids went to bed, he began pushing her buttons on purpose. You know that thing people do, they say things that they know will upset you, but they do it in a quote-unquote nice way. So when you do finally snap, they can act like you're the asshole. That's the situation she described. Nana was used to ignoring him when he did it, but this time, he kept bringing up her bingo nights, secrets, and lying. The more he talked, the more certain she became that he had found her money, and she was right. It was the worst night of her life, and the first time she ever gave serious consideration to just ending it all. But she had the kids to think about. On the other hand, she also knew that she would never find a way to get that much money again. Pops made damn sure that she never played another game of bingo. Finally, she decided that if her life was over anyway, she might as well take him with her. I don't want to say what she used because I have no idea what kind of people may be hearing this, and I can't live with contributing to a murder. But she poisoned his food every day for weeks until he became sick, so sick that he couldn't leave bed. Doctors tried a variety of treatments, but nothing seemed to help. Foul play was never even suspected because as far as anyone knew, including their own children, grandchildren, Pops and Nana had the perfect, loving marriage. In the end, he knew his time was almost up, and he refused to die in a hospital surrounded by doctors that he hated. Nana sat by his side, and only after the rest of the family had left did she confess her betrayal. She said the second Pop's eyes changed to reflect his understanding, his rage, was the proudest, happiest moment of her life. As she relayed this piece of the story, her eyes sparkled, and her scowl relaxed into a great, wide smile. And then she passed from this world. I truly don't know what to think about any of this. I haven't told anyone else because, well, how am I supposed to do that? Will they even believe me? I'm not sure if I even believe me. Seriously, I'm at a total loss here. Any advice would be greatly appreciated, and thank you in advance. Hi, I'm Laura. I'm 25 and currently going through a divorce. I moved in with my sickly grandmother roughly 2 months ago. She doesn't need full-time care, so mostly I just handle the housework and keep her prescription straight. She's lived in this same house for my entire life and tells everyone it's haunted. But we thought Nana was just being Nana. She's always been superstitious, but no, it's haunted all right. But before I start with the strange experiences, there's a few things to know. First, the house was built in the 50s, but it has only had 2 previous owners, and there's no records of any deaths occurring on the property, natural or otherwise. Second, it's a small 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom house, and the walls are pretty thin, so we can hear everything. And finally, upon moving in, Nana advised me to cover the mirror in my room, because it's the source of the haunting, according to her. Also, the mirror is part of an extremely large dresser that sits against the same wall as the door. It's made of real wood and takes a lot of people to move it. Okay, now we can start for real. Thanks to my diary, I started keeping track of the activity before I knew there was anything to keep track of. I'd had trouble sleeping the first couple of nights, but I'm having a really difficult time with the divorce. Of course, it was hard to sleep. On the third night, I kept hearing Nana get up to go to the restroom at least a dozen times. Footsteps walked across her room, down the hall, and into the bathroom. Then, after a short pause, they would return to her room. I assumed that she wasn't flushing the toilet as to not wake me. The next morning, I asked if she was feeling okay, or if there was anything special I could pick up on the way home from work. When she asked why, I explained, and she said that she didn't get out of bed once the entire night. That I probably heard, in her words, the man in the mirror. I was late for work, and I thought that she must be embarrassed, so I didn't press the issue. I did, however, begin sleeping with headphones. 2 days later, I woke up and, still groggy, walked past the dresser and caught a glimpse of a dark shadow standing on my bed. I screamed, turning to see nothing but an empty room. When I looked back at the mirror, it was normal again, too. Since I was physically rubbing the sleep out of my eyes when I saw it, I chalked it up to Nana's stories getting to me. I've also had a few reoccurring dreams where a man calls to me from inside the mirror, but I don't want to officially include those among my possible encounters since they could easily be my imagination. However, for the record, I've never had nightmares like this before moving here. Things were quiet for over a week after the first Shadow Man incident. I had pretty much forgotten about the whole thing, but then it happened again. I was standing directly in front of the mirror, putting on my makeup, and I glanced down just long enough to make sure I got the right eyeshadow. Ladies, I know you know what I mean. That quick flash down and then right back up while you're leaning towards the mirror. I did that, and when I looked back up, there was a blurry oval shape, very head-like, hovering right behind my shoulder. I only saw it for a brief instant before screaming and turning, but it wasn't a fully formed shadow figure like before. This was more like strands of black fog trying to solidify into the shape of a head, but falling short. When I calmed down, I finally had a serious talk with Nana about the mirror. Before, I had immediately dismissed her stories without really hearing them, but now I was ready to listen. When Nana and Grandpa moved in, the house was empty except for that dresser and the attached mirror. Being such a bulky item, they assumed the previous owners didn't have a way to move it and left it empty for over a month, just in case they came back. It really is a beautiful set. This was after Mom and her 2 brothers were grown, so it was just Nana and Grandpa living there. A few months later was Thanksgiving, and they decided to move the dresser into their room. It took Grandpa, both of my uncles, and my dad just to slide it across the hallway. And they even told Nana, "I hope you like it because that baby is in there forever." Little did they know. They began hearing noises soon after. On multiple occasions, Grandpa got out of bed with his gun because he thought someone had gotten inside, but he never found anyone. Eventually, Nana saw a shadow figure crouched in the corner of the room, but when she turned around, no one was there. She saw it on 2 other occasions as well. Once when it was standing a few feet behind her, and once when it was sitting on her bed. Grandpa never saw it, but he witnessed the whole mirror shaking by itself while getting dressed one morning. By Christmas, they had seen enough and wanted it gone. Dad and my uncles were none too pleased with the development, but seeing how upset my grandparents were, they agreed to move it back into the guest bedroom. Only that wasn't good enough. They wanted it out of the house entirely. Unfortunately, they had barely been able to get potholders beneath the legs to slide it between adjacent rooms the first time. To get it outside, they would have had to pivot around multiple corners. Nana was so upset that one of my uncles measured just to confirm it wasn't physically possible. They would have had to take it apart and cut the frame to get rid of it. Even if they'd had the time, they didn't have the right tools. My uncles promised to do it after New Year's, but life got easier once the mirror was out of my grandparents' room, so it just never got done. They kept it covered with a blanket and would hear the occasional noise, but for the most part, they stayed out of that room and forgot about it. I'm the only other person who has actually lived in the same room with that thing, and now I also keep a blanket over it. Again, there was more than a week where nothing happened, but just as I let my guard down, I woke up to the sound of my music suddenly being turned all the way up during a particularly loud part. My headphones had done a perfect job of blocking out any nighttime noises up until that point, but I didn't want to sleep with them after that. Since then, I've woken up to the sound of a man crying, and I tried to record it, but the second I got my camera open, everything went silent. That was the last thing I've experienced so far, but I'm sure there will be more. I have no clue what this mirror's history could be or how to find out. I just know that I'm getting pretty close to buying a handsaw and dismantling this thing myself. The first classroom I taught in was haunted, or whatever you'd call it, by something more than just a ghost. It was evil, and it only went after the children. I used to teach preschool, and had been in the Reading School District since 2001. I left this preschool job shortly after all of this started happening. I'd been at the school for almost 2 years up to this point. 2 years of no events, and then suddenly, all hell seemed to break loose. I'd just moved into my new classroom, one that was tucked away on the east side of the building. It was smaller than most, but in fairness, my class was also the smallest, and I was technically the newest teacher on staff still. The room, it smelled a bit like mildew, as it had been previously used as storage. I did everything I could to make that room feel warm, but sadly it never did. Within the first weeks of kids being back in class, I was just getting to know my new kids, and so naturally this period of time just comes with a lot of learning about each kid, what makes them tick, their learning styles, where each kid is at with speech, etc. All of my kids were incredibly hesitant to use the sink inside the classroom. I assumed that they were adverse to washing their hands or water, so I taught them all the importance of hand washing in the big bathroom. And oddly enough, none of them seemed to have that same problem. Only they did again once we were back inside the classroom. 2 kids ended up with injuries before we'd made it through the first month, but it's the way the injuries occurred that caused me pause. The first child, it happened quite literally in front of me, but there was nothing to explain how it happened. The child was standing in front of myself and a group of kids. They were showing everyone how to do the itsy bitsy spider hand motions for the song. They weren't nailing it, of course, but it was cute and fun that a student had something they could share with everyone. As they're standing practically perfectly still aside from their hands, I watch as this kid's shirt collar is pulled away from his neck by some sort of invisible force, only to then proceed to yank the child backwards, pulling them down to the ground. Everyone sort of jumps back, inching closer to where I'm sitting. I plunged forward to grab the child, who's understandably upset. As I'm consoling one child, the others gather even closer than before, and one of my kids, the strongest talker of the group, says, "Why did she hurt William, Miss Reese?" I didn't know how to answer the children, but I understand there's a time to lie and a time to tell the truth. So I said sometimes when the floor is wet, we can slip if we're not careful. All of the kids looked at me with a disappointing or disapproving look on their face, but I stood my ground and switched the subject to snack time. The second injury was just a couple of days after the first, but this one I didn't actually see, not fully. In our class, we have these cubbies that line the south wall of the classroom. They aren't very tall. I can reach on top of them very easily, but for preschoolers, they might as well be on top of the fridge. They aren't getting up there. As I'm helping one child with their coat, a little girl near the cubbies can suddenly be heard crying. I swiveled around, and there was blood streaming down her face. And it wasn't just her crying. There were several kids near her as well. There were a few other kids following me to the scene, and they were saying things like, "It flew," or "Why did she do that to her?" etc. questions and comments that I didn't really understand, but I did search around for what could have hit the girl in the mouth. It was a wooden block. They're relatively heavy, definitely not meant to be thrown, but they were also clear on the other side of the room. The good talker of the class asks me something that at first meant nothing, but soon it changed everything. "Maybe we play with the board, Miss Reese. Maybe if we play, she'll leave us alone, Miss Reese." I didn't clarify. I just said something like, "We can't play a game right now, buddy. Maybe tomorrow?" But when I turned to face the kid, he's pointing at the ceiling above the sink. Still, I didn't react because I still didn't really understand what games would be up in the ceiling. I said as much, got the kids to their parents, and then I went back to my classroom to close up. Standing in my classroom that time, I couldn't take my eyes off the area near the sink, specifically the ceiling. It had bothered kids or grabbed their attention, one way or another, since class had started. I don't know about your classrooms, but mine consists of ceiling tiles that are easily removable and lightweight. Just push and they pop up. I knew I couldn't leave that classroom until I checked above the sink, so I found a small ladder and opened up one of the ceiling tiles. I didn't see anything, felt around a bit, just dusty. So I lifted another, and this time I did find something. A Ouija board. By the looks of it, an old one. I put it down almost as quickly as I picked it up. I didn't know much about this stuff to understand how dangerous it was, but I'd never heard anything great about them. I almost left it there. But this thing, whatever it was attacking kids. I couldn't let that continue. At the very least, I couldn't let the board stay. So I threw it away in the school's large dumpster. Several months would go by. No more strange events or injuries. Instead, I found the board again, tucked in the ceiling near the sink. I wouldn't have even thought to look again until my talker told me the board was back. I laughed, didn't even acknowledge it. Instead, I acted normal for the remainder of the day, and then immediately looked again once the kids were gone. I once again took the board to the dumpsters, only this time I decided to cut it up. The thing was practically falling apart on its own, so a couple tears and it was dust. I told my janitor what I'd done, asked that he keep an eye on the classroom for strange activity. He shrugged and went on his way, but for some reason, I couldn't bring myself to go back to that classroom. I called the next morning to inform my boss that I was going to have to visit family in Utah for a family emergency. A few days after that, I put in my 2 weeks' notice. Since I wasn't ever going back, I figured I'd be honest with her. Naturally, she didn't believe me, and instead probably thought that she'd gotten lucky, someone like me leaving on my own accord. But God, I'm so curious if she ever looked in the ceiling, and even more curious if it was still there. I mean, I'll never know because, well, I'm never going back. My mom was a single parent through my teenage years. I have 2 younger sisters as well. My mother worked 3 jobs at one time, and she was always gone. Her first job started at 4:30 in the morning. She left the house before any of us were awake for school and wouldn't be home until midnight. Yeah, she didn't sleep for years. One morning, I saw a dark figure walk past my bedroom door and down the hall. I called out, "Mom?" The figure leaned back and poked its head into the doorway, as if it were taking one more glance to answer my call, and then continued back down the hallway, out into the living room kitchen area. I got out of bed, not having heard the very loud front door close. I imagined my mother would be in the living room, gathering her items before leaving. I walked into our living area and found no one. Nothing. I immediately phoned my mother. She was already at work. I told her what had happened and explained I was freaking out. This was before cell phones, so my mother had asked me to take the cordless phone and check the entire house. Are the doors locked, front and back? Yes. Check my room. Is it empty? Yes. The bathroom. Yes. Oh my God, Mom. I know I saw someone. Didn't I? My mom calmed me down, tried to explain that maybe it was sleepy stuff in my eyes, throwing me off. Over the weekend, when we had time to spend together, Mom finally broke down, telling me that maybe it was a ghost, but it would be a friendly ghost. Mom went on to explain that the people who sold her the house, they did tell her that an elderly man had peacefully passed away in his sleep before we purchased it. My sister, who's only 3 years younger than me, decided to name the ghost. It was a kind old man, so his name would be Henry. Naming the ghost made it seem less scary for some odd reason. After the first sighting and a name, Henry maybe felt a little more comfortable coming out because we started to see him and his antics more frequently throughout our home. Henry would shut the bathroom door if one of us girls left it open while using the bathroom. This happened very frequently. We were a house full of girls, so we never bothered to shut the door to our one bathroom that we all shared, and locks were not an option, especially in the mornings when we were all getting ready for school. One day, both my younger sisters were visiting my friends or doing their own thing, so I had the house to myself. I decided to watch a movie. We kept our movies on the bottom shelf of a china hutch that my grandmother made for my mom. The door was heavy and preferred to be open as opposed to shut. What I mean to say is if you unlock the door, it would naturally swing wide open. When opened, the one door, movie side, would hang in such a way as to block access to the hallway from the living room. I didn't need to go down the hall, so I left the door open. While watching the movie, out of the corner of my eye, the door slowly swung shut on the china hutch. And while it didn't lock, it was impossible that it would close on its own without some help. Chills ran up and down my spine, arms, legs, neck, everywhere. I immediately phoned my mother at work again and said, "Hey, sorry to call you at work, but Henry just closed the door on the china hutch and suddenly I didn't feel like being alone anymore." Mom told me that she understood and was impressed with Henry's strength to close that door. I agreed. We chatted until I told her I felt better, safe again, and I went back to watching the movie with the china hutch door locked, closed, to keep Henry happy. We moved out of that house when I turned 17, and as we were closing the front door for the last time on the move-out day, we all stuck our heads back inside and said, "Goodbye, Henry." Even though Henry was a friendly ghost, it was still scary as a young teen to come face to face, so to speak, with a ghost, regardless how nice he was. I'm not exactly sure if this is paranormal, but I did have one moment that I can only explain as non-religious awe at witnessing what the soul of a person looks like. We, as EMTs and paramedics, accompany death all the time. We're present as we treat people who die in the midst of treatment, and we switch to resuscitation protocols and carry on, or we arrive on scene to find people who are clinically dead and occasionally resuscitate them to being clinically alive, sometimes even to the point of consciousness and responsiveness. But I had one patient whose death impacted me in a way that changed my life. He was assaulted in the restroom of a porn theater. He was viciously sexually assaulted, stabbed multiple times in the chest and abdomen, and several of his fingers were cut off to steal his rings. We weren't far from the hospital, so we scooped him up and took off. I was treating him en route, starting 2 large bore IVs, sealing up the pneumothorax, dressing the other wounds, etc., keeping up the professional babble, something like, "It's going to be okay. We're headed to the best trauma center in the area. You hold on now. Okay? You just keep breathing. Slow and deep. We've got this. You just hold on for me. You're doing great. Blah, blah." Suddenly, he grabbed my arm and said, "Please stop. I'm scared. I don't want to die alone. Just hold my hand, please." I'll never forget that. I was stunned. I stopped, sat on the bench and held his hand, his eyes locked with mine, and as he took several agonal breaths, I watched his eyes change. 1 second he was human, and then inexplicably, he was not. I know that for anyone who's seen the eyes of a dead person, you can recognize them for what they were. But I've never been consciously present with a patient in that fraction of a moment when their eyes, the windows to the soul, emptied, and that person ceased to exist. It was scary and awesome, in the true sense of the word, and a sense of horror to accompany him as he left. I simply will never find the words to express that feeling. It kind of shook me because I'd gotten into this line of work after my mom died. I was never raised with religion or any kind of faith in something bigger than us. When a person died, their body decomposed, and only memories of them kept them alive. But now I wondered, was my mom somewhere out there in the ether? Did her soul still exist somewhere? When I dreamed of her, was her presence real? So that experience changed my life, made me question so much about death and life, where one begins and the other ends. Is it paranormal? I don't know. It was almost midnight in the master bedroom of our beautiful home in Maui, Hawaii. My wife and I were settling into bed, and there was a soft light in the room. All of a sudden, we hear the very distinct sound of a child's footsteps running down the hall towards our bedroom. It caught both of our attention immediately. The sound came to an end right on the other side of our closed bedroom door. We both looked at the closed door in silence, only to see the door handle, which was a lever style and not a normal round doorknob, slowly turned down as the door began to open. It was clear as could be. We both watched in suspense, which quickly turned to fear as the door pushed in and all the way open to reveal no one. Now the fear turned to horror as the child's loud footsteps began walking again, and this time they were clearly coming toward the bed. There was a slight pause, and then something happened that my logical, non-superstitious mind will never be able to really explain. There was suddenly the weight of a young child climbing on our bed, and although completely invisible, this energy moved to the middle between the two of us and settled in. The indentation on the blankets and mattress were as clear as could be, and yet there was no one there. We turned to each other in absolute horror, as we both knew we were seeing the same thing. How could this be? Who was this, and why were they in our bed? After a few minutes, this entity, which we both agreed felt like a small male child, disappeared as fast as he appeared. We laid there for a long, sleepless night, and the next day, through many calls and inquiries, we found out why this and many other things, some even more terrifying, had been happening to us. We learned that the man that built our house did so as a dream home to his wife and young family. He had a 3-year-old son who, shortly after the house was completed, died in the home. He tragically drowned in the bathroom, off the hallway right outside of our bedroom. A bathroom, by the way, where the bathtub had mysteriously filled and then overflowed with water and flooded the house on numerous occasions, even when no one was home. But that's another story, if you're interested. We realized that his son was still present in our house and had been for the 2 years that we lived there. The day we learned this full story, we left all of our belongings except a suitcase of clothes and left Hawaii, moving to Oregon, on the U.S. mainland. We sold the house furnished as is and never stepped foot in it again. That was the scariest thing I've ever seen in our bedroom. Luckily, never had to see it again. I went to high school in northern Kentucky for a couple of years. Me being bored with little friends, didn't really know what else to do other than take my bike out and go explore the mountainous roads near home. In the middle of summer, I left about 8 a.m. and set out for a nearby town. At about 11 a.m., I realized that I was getting pretty thirsty, and when I looked down at the cup holder, I panicked. I'd forgotten my water bottle on the kitchen counter. These are the foothills of the Appalachians. There's got to be a stream somewhere, right? I dropped the bike near the side of the road and covered it with leaves, started walking towards what I hoped was a stream at the bottom of the hill. There were streams everywhere, so I hoped there would be some water. When I got to the bottom, sure enough, there was a stream. Or at least there was when it rained, because it was all dried up. I had a splitting headache. I could hardly think clearly. I didn't know what to do, so I prayed. To this day, I've only prayed for 4 things in my entire life, and this was the first one. I just prayed for water, or guidance to a house, or a store, or someone to possibly drive by, something to drink. Halfway back up the hill, a man in a suit walked out from a tree, like, no shit, right there in front of me, and said, "You look thirsty. Would you like some water?" And he held out a bottled water. I didn't notice that he was wearing a suit at the time. I didn't care that it was so random. I just took it and drank it. He gave me directions to a house about 10 minutes away, told me that they'd give me a lift home. I thanked him I don't know how many times and started walking up the hill, thinking that he was right behind me. Only he wasn't, and I didn't notice until I got to the top and sat down in the shade, cooling off. I sat there thinking for a few minutes about how random that was. And wait, was that guy wearing a suit? Yes, he was. What the fuck? After 10 minutes of me trying to figure it out rationally, I just gave up and continued on to the house that he'd given me directions to. Maybe they knew him. I found the house, and they gave me some Gatorade and a lift home with my bike in the back of their truck. Along the way, we made some small talk. I told them about the man in the suit. They looked at each other, and it got awkward. Well, they can think I'm crazy or not. I don't care as long as I can get home. The air conditioning felt great, and I just looked out the window the last bit before I got to my parents' house. The wife spoke up and asked me, what did the man look like? I told her what I'd noticed. His hair, the tattoo on his hand. She started to break down crying, told me to shut up. Not in a mean way, just impassionately to shut up. The man looked at me in the rear view, told me about how their son had died near their house in a freak accident. And my description, it sounded just like him. Then they sort of apologized, told me not to take offense, that it probably wasn't him. They were backtracking. Now they thought that I thought they were crazy. But I don't know that I did. Was it him? I'll never know. I don't even know where I was. Was it an answer to my prayer? Maybe. I just don't know. I have no rational explanation, only a memory. As a child, I recall one experience very vividly. I was about 12 years old. I lived in a 2-bedroom home with my parents and 2 sisters. One summer night, my mom was boiling a chicken while we waited for my dad to come home from work. I remember going to bed around 10 p.m., and my sisters, the 3 of us, shared a room. In the middle of the night, I started feeling very uneasy. I felt nauseous and woke up. I tried falling back asleep, rolled onto my right side. This is where the strange things occur. At first, I wanted to believe that it was just a dream, but I still question that to this day because of the real-life repercussions. In my dream, I had woken up. I rolled to the left side of my bed and was facing my sister's bed in the middle. Our bedroom door was closed, but I saw something coming through the door, on the ground. It was a small being, not sure if it was a sort of dwarf or alien, but it had milky, translucent skin with long, skinny arms. The thing climbed up on my sister's bed, and it sat on her chest. In my dream, I remember being wide-eyed and panicking. I screamed that it leave my sister alone. Then, the thing looked at me straight in the eyes and grabbed me by my right wrist. It told me, "Wake up if you don't want to die." I woke up and screamed my head off. I ran to my bedroom door to go to my parents' room, but when I opened the door, the house was full of thick black smoke. I started to scream and woke everyone up. My dad got all of us outside, and I was crying. I told my parents about my dream, and they were in shock. If I hadn't woken up, we would all be dead. My mom had fallen asleep and forgotten to turn off the chicken that she was boiling that night. I'm 27 years old now, but I remember this event and that thing very clearly. They're embedded into my memory. I just have no idea what it was. I used to live just outside of Redwood County, Minnesota, and around the age of 16, my parents started allowing me to go camping on my own. That summer, I was in southwest Minnesota with some friends, and we decided to camp inside the reservation. After a long day of bullshitting around, we found a spot and decided to set up our tents. It was pretty beautiful out there, super serene and quiet. We definitely felt like we were on our own out there, but at 16, I painted us as pretty damn fearless, so we weren't bothered, at least not yet. Eventually, it was nightfall, and though still not afraid, the area held a different kind of quiet. It was almost silent. I have no idea what time I fell asleep, but I know it was around 3 a.m. when I woke up. For a few seconds, I wasn't sure why, but then I heard my name being called from outside my tent. It was my friend Aaron's voice, and he was really trying to get my attention. I could also hear my other friend Jeremy shushing Aaron, telling him to be quiet. I didn't say a word. I just started feeling around and looking for a light. Before I got to it, though, I heard something in the silence. But it's like my brain couldn't connect what it was for a minute, until it was so loud and so obvious. It was the sound of horses running, but also what I can only describe as war cries. Almost immediately after I heard the sounds, I realized this was probably what Aaron was trying to bring to my attention. I unzipped my tent because I wanted to see if I could see anything. Jeremy was already outside of his tent, and he was looking around like he had the same idea. We both started to step out closer to the extinguished campfire to investigate the sounds. I couldn't believe how clear they were, how eerie they were. Something about being there suddenly felt wrong, but I still can't pinpoint why. Shortly after that thought, Aaron walked out of his tent armed with a paintball gun. Not sure what good he thought he was going to do with it, but it said to me that he was scared. I guess we all kind of were by now. After an exchange of, "Do you guys hear that?" we all decided that it was something real. We were on the reservation, so it was most likely that the noises were coming from there, somehow. Aaron was paranoid it was someone's way of telling us to get lost, a warning of some kind before a real brutal attack took place. I didn't think that sounded right, but I didn't have much else to offer as to what I thought it was. To me, it couldn't be anything other than what it sounded like. Horses, war cries. It seemed to envelop the whole area, yet was only a whisper at the same time. Suddenly, I felt a small brush of wind against my face, followed by an unusual thump sound right next to my ear. It sounded like something had hit the tree directly behind me, but this time I didn't stick around to investigate. Almost on cue, we all funneled into one car, drove a mile or so into somewhat civilization, and did something that emulated sleep for the next couple of hours. Then, because there's something about daylight, it gives you courage that somehow dissipates when it's dark, we decided to drive back to the campsite. Courage may be a strong word. In reality, we still had to get Aaron's car and the rest of our shit. So what choice did we really have? Once we got there, everything was exactly how we'd left it. Jeremy and Aaron started packing up almost right away, but I had to check something out first. Chances were we wouldn't be coming back to this place again, but something told me, something stronger than just my curiosity, that I would find something in that tree. The tree that had been behind me the night before. I had heard something strike it. Inspecting the tree trunk, I found what appeared to be the odd end of an arrowhead, with the pointed end embedded in the tree. Part of me wanted to take it out, but a bigger part of me felt like that was a bad idea. I told the guys to come over and take a look. We all agreed that's definitely what we were looking at. I decided to pack up my tent. The guys were still over by the tree when Aaron called me back over. They'd found something else. It looked like the piece of an axe. Part of the sharp end, but no handle attached, and missing the piece of material that would connect the two parts together. It made me want to find the handle, and though I never did, we found more of these assorted pieces of history. At least that's what I assumed they were. Full-sized arrowheads in various colors of gray, red, and brown. But also, there was this white material that sort of littered the area if you looked real close, or if you knew what you were looking for. They were pieces of pottery, clearly scattered now, but at one time I imagined they were full. We rummaged around the area for what felt like hours, but after we realized we could likely do this forever and never come up short, we decided to call it a day. At one point, Jeremy asked if we should take any of it with us, but we opted not to. I'm shocked and grateful that even at 16 we had enough wherewithal not to take anything with us. Pretty sure we were all just grateful, too, that nothing bad had happened to us or our stuff. I mean, besides being scared out of our minds. Though, something tells me that if we weren't so respectful, things could have been a whole lot scarier. I think I purchased a cursed amulet from a homeless lady. We have a large outlet mall where I live, but the main store in the center, it used to be an Old Navy, has been empty for the last 3 years. Sometimes they use it as a weekend flea market, and anyone can sign up for a booth. My wife, Pat, and I have found some great antiques there, so we make it a point to go whenever it's open. This year they did something a little different and opened it for the entire week after Thanksgiving. It was the biggest we've seen yet. The whole building was packed tight with vendors, leaving only a few thin aisles to navigate the stores. As usual, Pat and I split up at the entrance with a plan to meet back at the car. At the end of the first aisle, tucked off into the corner, stood an elderly woman with a wooden tray hanging from her neck. It was like what you'd see the peanut vendors wearing at a baseball game, only this one held a bunch of old jewelry and small trinkets. She had long, stringy white hair, and many of her front teeth were missing. Her black dress was dirty and frayed at the edges, and she had no stockings to keep her legs warm. It was 35 degrees outside and not much warmer inside, but her sandals left most of her bare feet exposed. Her merchandise wasn't particularly appealing, but I wanted to give her some money without insulting her. When I asked about a yellow pendant on a gold chain, she said the amulet was blessed by a priestess and granted the wearer good fortune. I didn't believe her, but I wasn't buying it for the value, so I gave her a 20 and put the necklace in my pocket and wished her a Merry Christmas. The owner of the neighboring record booth had returned, and I spent a few minutes browsing through their collection. Afterwards, I turned back to the old woman for a final farewell, but she was gone. She had only stood a couple of feet away. I didn't think I was so engrossed with the albums that I would have missed her leaving, but apparently I had. Later at home, I showed my wife the necklace and asked her if she had seen the woman. She hadn't, but she liked the amulet, and I helped her put it on. That night, she woke up a little bit before 4. She was crying, on the verge of hyperventilating, sweating, shaking profusely. I turned on the lights and screamed. Behind her, in the corner, I saw a brief glimpse of a shadow figure before it disappeared. Pat didn't see it. She was staring at me in wide-eyed confusion. now even more terrified due to my outburst. I wasn't about to tell her the truth while she was already upset. Pretending to be startled by her disheveled appearance may not have been the best cover, but it worked. She instantly began recounting her nightmare, in which she'd woke up to find a tall shadow figure standing over her. It began slowly reaching towards her. She finally forced herself upright and managed to wake up. If I hadn't seen the figure for myself moments before, I would have dismissed it as sleep paralysis. But now, I don't know what to make of it. For the time being, we went back to sleep. And the following morning, I told her what I saw. She was glad that I waited to share the information, but we didn't understand why this was suddenly happening. Pat's childhood home was haunted by a friendly spirit, so she's had encounters before. But this was the first time I had ever personally experienced anything. We also agreed that nothing about this presence felt friendly. It had felt cold and angry. We've lived in our house for almost 3 years without any strange incidents. So we took a closer look at our flea market purchases. Pat had also picked up an antique hand mirror, and I found a gentleman's pocket watch manufactured in 1895, along with a few other suspicious items, but deep down, we felt the blame laid solely with the amulet. We Googled a few cleansing rituals that we tried on everything, just to be safe, and nothing happened for several days. We thought it had worked, but then I got up to use the restroom in the middle of the night, and I saw the shadow figure standing behind me in the mirror. That same night, Pat had another sleep paralysis incident, during which the shadow figure placed its hand on her chest, and she felt an uncomfortable pressure for what seemed like several minutes. Then her alarm went off and it was suddenly morning. Since it was the final day of the flea market, we decided to go back in search of the old lady who sold me the amulet. But we couldn't find any sign of her. We spoke to the other vendors, customers, and even the event coordinator, who was extremely difficult to track down, but no one had a clue who we were talking about. When we returned home, we both saw the shadow figure on the far wall before the light came on. Pat didn't want to go to sleep with the amulet in the house again, but taking the trash to the curb wasn't far enough. We tried to drive to a grocery store about 5 minutes away, but got a flat tire halfway there. It was on the back passenger side, and I couldn't find a reason for the blowout, but I didn't spend too long questioning it. More than anything, I just wanted to get the donut on and be done with that damn amulet. I pulled over as far as the road allowed, but we were on the shoulder of a busy highway. Even though I was careful to keep my body tucked away from traffic, that almost wasn't enough. Had Pat not been watching and screamed when she did, a little blue Toyota would have plowed straight into me. I dove out of the way, and the car swerved just in time to avoid a full collision. The asshole took out our driver's side mirror and kept going. I wanted to file a police report, but Pat was so upset I couldn't bear asking her to stay out there even longer. Likewise, I couldn't stand the thought of driving another mile with that amulet, so I threw it into the woods on the side of the road. Then, I finished the tire as quickly as I could, while stopping each time traffic became too heavy, and we drove home without any further issues. So far, everything's been normal ever since. We haven't seen any more shadow figures, and Pat hasn't had any more sleep paralysis incidents. Hopefully, it stays that way. My parents purchased a home situated on 180 acres back in 2018. I was a freshman in college, but still living at home. Although the house itself isn't that old, built in the 1960s, it apparently came with some history. Not one that I know much about, unfortunately, but my family has had enough experiences there to understand there's a certain energy. My sister believes to this day that the house is haunted, and I'm actually inclined to believe her, but I don't necessarily know if it's malevolent. It's been a while since I've lived at home, but I remember the first events and anything I've been told pretty clearly. My family has all but adjusted to this home, and so we don't really discuss it being haunted or whatever anymore. That was the request of my mother, though I think it was on behalf of my sister. However, I'm going to share those first experiences here because I think that you'll agree that they track as unusual. My younger sister, Monica, was practicing the piano. She became increasingly frustrated with a challenging piece. According to her, during a brief break in her playing, she heard a voice whispering from behind. The voice said, "Keep going." It was quite literally encouraging her. She was startled, so she turned around, horrified, when she saw a frail, elderly woman, dressed in all black, comfortably seated in a lounge chair. She, of course, didn't recognize the woman, and as such, Monica let out a piercing scream while hurriedly calling for my parents. By the time they came to check it out, the apparent woman had vanished. Barely a week later, Monica was taking a shower in our parents' bathroom when she happened to catch a glimpse of herself in the mirror. She saw the unmistakable outline of a woman dressed in black, just as before. Her face was concealed by the fog. Even still, Monica sprinted out of the bathroom, completely nude, and encountered our parents' startled guests. This fact alone further convinced me that she was not making up these encounters. I almost felt bad for doubting her. Either way, I felt bad for her. Hell, I even went as far as making fun of her when it came to the piano incident. But not after this one. Then fast forward to our Thanksgiving celebration. While we're enjoying our first Thanksgiving meal in this home, the inexplicable unfolded. The china cabinets, which sat directly behind my sister, every item in them and in our dining room, began to violently tremble. I looked around at everyone's faces, and we shared the same expression of horror. Except Monica. She was in tears, now hiding under the dining room table. Everyone else stayed put, not saying a word. Almost as soon as it had all started, it stopped. My parents claimed it was likely an earthquake, though I never believed that story. You can Google those kinds of things, and there were certainly no earthquakes near Bozeman, Thanksgiving 2018. The final blow I really remember occurred sometime after Christmas 2018, signifying a point that finally convinced those who doubted, aka my father. He possesses to this day a beloved leather chair in which he habitually sits day after day. It's positioned near a window, and my mother typically opens it to let in some fresh air. She'd done so on this night just before an inevitable small snowstorm. Concerned about his prized chair getting wet, my father explicitly asked my mother not to open the window while the chair was nearby, as it would ultimately ruin his chair. The following morning, my father rose early for work and noticed that the den had been rearranged, resulting in his chair being relocated all the way across the room, instead of in its usual spot by the window. Assuming it was the hard work of my sister and I from the previous night, my father went to work without dwelling further. When my mother awoke, she too discovered the rearranged room and assumed my father was responsible. Us kids assumed the same. We thought that he had intentionally changed the layout. Not common of him, but who else could be responsible? It wasn't until dinner time that evening that we collectively realized the true extent of the rearrangement. The meticulous placement of the magazines, the controller, even the rug. It was nothing like our usual setup. It was all seemingly orchestrated by an unseen force, though, according to Monica, it was probably the same woman that she had seen who was responsible. We determined that the rearranging of furniture would have taken place between 10 p.m. and 5 a.m., though, astonishingly, no sounds were heard, despite the fact that mine and my sister's room were directly beneath the den. Previously, my parents would dismiss such occurrences, but After that time, their attitude changed significantly until they went back to ignoring it completely, which seems to have worked. I'm posting this because I need to know if anyone else in the Tri-County area has seen anything like this. I've been farming this land, which has been in my family since 1904, and I've dealt with coyotes, timber wolves, occasionally a stray black bear. I know animal damage. This is not animal damage. It started about 3 weeks ago, right when the first serious winter storm hit. We'd had a few feet of snow and the temperature hadn't been above zero for days. Out here in central Wisconsin, you don't call the day off. You check your perimeter, you check your stock, and you fix what's broke. My task that day was repairing the main barbed wire stretch along the back 40, bordering the state forest. A big drift had taken down a section of wire, and I had to replace a dozen posts. Now, my posts aren't the cheap wooden kind. They're heavy-duty, reinforced, $30 a pop steel T-posts, driven 3 feet down into the frozen ground with a hydraulic driver. They don't break. They bend. When I got to the damaged section, the drift was massive. But what I saw underneath the snow was wrong. The wire was broken, yes, but the steel T-post at the corner was snapped clean off, about 6 inches above the ground. It was bent. It was sheared. It looked like someone had hit it with a small excavator. I figured maybe a snowmobile went off trail, but there were no tracks, just snow. As I dug out the post, I noticed something else. Clear in the remaining crust of the snow were tracks. They were huge, bigger than my hand, and they were mostly canine. They had 4 distinct toes, massive pads, and clear claw marks. But they were spaced impossibly far apart, and had a strange heavy heel mark that suggested they were made by something that occasionally walked upright. I replaced the post, telling myself it was a massive, deformed wolf. This next part was the next night. My farmhouse is sturdy, but isolation is isolation. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to a terrible noise outside the bedroom window. It wasn't a growl or a howl. It was a high-pitched, desperate sound, a human-like whimper. It sounded exactly like a person freezing to death, whimpering and crying, right outside the glass. I threw on my coat and grabbed the spotlight. The sound stopped instantly when the light hit the yard, where there was nothing, not even any tracks in the snow. It was just silence. The fear wasn't immediate. The annoyance was. Some kids messing with the old farmer. But the sheer isolation and the temperature ruled that out pretty quick. The whimpering continued sporadically for the next 2 nights. Always around the same time. Always followed by an extremely deep, shuddering, guttural growl that seemed to shake the window panes. It sounded like the growl was meant to silence the whimper. I put it out of my head until I went back to the fence line 3 days later. I was finishing up the repairs from the initial break when I heard a branch snap deep inside the forest, toward the west boundary. I scanned the tree line with my binoculars. The trees are dense pines, mostly black shadow this time of year. But I saw something. It wasn't even hiding. It was standing maybe 50 yards in, right at the edge of the woods where the field starts. It was standing on 2 legs. It was built like a human, tall, maybe 7 feet, with heavy, sloped shoulders. But it was covered in dense, shaggy, dark fur. Its face was clearly canine, with a long muzzle, pointed ears, and eyes that reflected the dim light with a yellow-green intensity. I stood there frozen. What kind of joke was this? Field glasses pressed against my eyes. I'm a tough man. I've seen birth and death on this farm, but I'd never seen anything like this, so utterly and violently out of place. It radiated a kind of impatient, predatory intelligence that chills me even now. It didn't move for maybe 10 seconds. It just stared at me. Then, it did two things that confirmed this was not a prank or an optical illusion. First, it let out that same deep, rumbling growl, a sound that felt more like thunder in my chest than noise in my ears. Second, it moved. It didn't turn around and walk away. It dropped onto all fours, transforming instantly into a massive, sprinting wolf shape, but still too large, too muscular. It covered the 50 yards in 3 giant bounds and disappeared into the trees on the north side. It was gone in under 2 seconds. I dropped my binoculars and ran back to the tractor. I didn't stop shaking until I was back inside the house. Whatever this thing was, it wasn't attacking my livestock. Didn't even appear to be hungry. Just breaking the fence because, it knew I'd come out to fix it. Sending me a message of some kind. Well, I've been here a lot longer than this thing. At least I think. I don't know what it is. I only know that the beast is not just wandering. It's monitoring. It knows that I'm watching this territory. Was it dropped here? Has it always been here? I don't know. But the whimpering is back outside. I can hear it every other night. It's softer, but it's there. Attached to my old high school was a building with a swimming pool. One summer, my friends and I managed to break in. By break in, I should clarify that during the summer, it was open to the public, and we'd originally been there as guests. But we had the very bright idea that if we hid in the building during closing, we would eventually be left with the pool to ourselves. So that's what we did. We'd swam in the pool a million times, but for some reason, we imagined ourselves having a sort of party in there this time. We ran into a slight problem almost immediately, which was that closing this building down took a lot longer than any of us expected. And we'd spent a good amount of the night just hiding and dodging the janitorial staff. However, the lights eventually all turned off, and finally, we heard the main doors shut and lock. We all creeped out of our hiding places and met outside the pool room. This was a pretty old building in a relatively suburban small town. No cameras or anything like that to worry about. But we also realized we'd be swimming in basically total darkness. We tried for a while to switch the lights on, but we realized they all required a key. They weren't really switches at all. So just when we'd accepted our fate of swimming in total darkness, we realized the pool lights were on. It was pretty much dark everywhere except the pool, and for a while it was fun as hell. One friend, though, Devin, he always has to, do more, if you know what I mean. If we were skating, he had to try the craziest tricks or skate the places we weren't supposed to. He was a big fan of stealing his parents' car during the night just because, and he always had to get high. Mind you, we were 14 at this time. So Devin decided that he's going to smoke a joint, but not just smoke a joint. He wants to pull the pool cover over us and hotbox the thing. Basically, I object immediately. One, because the thing is super heavy, and we just spent 10 minutes getting it off. But two, because I don't want to hotbox anything. Enough people agree, and so Devin and a couple others decide to hotbox the sauna instead. It's in the same structure as the pool, and the door faces the deep end. While they go do that, the rest of us decide to do backflips off the diving board, showing off, just bullshitting around. I get kind of tired at some point and just let myself sort of wade in the water, watching my friends continue to do their thing. Then I decide I'll go sit in the hot tub for a while. Swimming in the direction of the ladder, I feel someone grab my leg and pull me back in the direction I just came from. I wasn't expecting it at all, and I found myself inhaling a bit of water. It hadn't just pulled me, though. Something was keeping me underwater. I struggle long enough to start panicking, and when I finally emerge from the water, I'm gasping for air. Naturally, I'm sort of pissed, and I know that I'm about to get someone back really good. But as I look around me, directly around me, I see there's no one around me. Everyone's still either on the other side of the pool, waiting to do flips from the outside, while the rest are still in the sauna. Then splashing could be heard behind me, but I already knew that no one was there. Instead of even looking, I swim as fast as I can to the other side of the pool. When I raced out of the pool, everyone's asking me what the hell's wrong. I didn't say a word, but they wouldn't stop staring, so I just told them flat out, we gotta get out of this pool. That's when our friend James flew out of the sauna. Devin and the rest followed quickly behind him. They all looked thoroughly freaked. James, addressing everyone, says the same thing I'd said only moments before. We gotta get out of this place. For some reason, this time everyone listens, and without any more words, we all grab our stuff and book it towards the back door. As we make our way out of the building anything but gracefully, Devin is hollering about the sauna having a mind of its own, and he's yelling, asking why none of us opened the door for them. Apparently, they'd been banging on the door of the sauna. The rest of us swear we didn't hear anything. My friend Andrew starts telling Devin to calm down, that they probably just got too high in there or something. The rest of the guys from the pool agreed, laughing that the guys got themselves paranoid, but I don't know. I believed them. We finally came to a stop when we'd made it a certain distance away from the pool. James and Devin were dead serious about what they'd seen. They said they hadn't been putting water on the stones, yet the stones kept reacting like someone was splashing water on them, filling the sauna with more and more steam. When it got to be too much, they put the joint out and attempted to open the door. But they couldn't get out. Somehow, the door was locked from the outside or something. I do know that none of us guys outside heard that at all. They recounted the story over and over while the other guys laughed, and I kept thinking about what I had experienced. I really wanted to say something, but the way everyone was reacting to their story, I don't know, I just couldn't do it. We were technically only sophomores at the time, so we still had to experience this place for another 3 years. It never quite felt the same, but I also never swam there at night again. And I never had anything else try to pull me down or whatever, ever again. Something we did learn our junior year. A student had drowned in that pool in the 80s. They didn't know how to swim, apparently. During class, they ended up drowning while the teacher, who also served as the lifeguard, had stepped away from the pool area. They took their eyes off the pool for less than 5 minutes. None of the other students had noticed the kid struggling, and unfortunately, he died. This is probably the most insane feral thing I've ever witnessed in 42 years of living, and it all took place right behind my house, which is now my greedy ex-wife's house. Yep, she took everything. Fellas, take it from me and get yourself a prenup beforehand. That girl next to you is gonna leave you high and dry someday. Now, back when it was a simpler time and I was still allowed to live in my own freaking house, I had a backyard that led out to beach access. It was my sanctuary. The property of the backyard had been lined with agave plants and golden cane palm trees. On warm nights, when the wife was staying at her mother's and I had the house to myself, I'd smoke a cigar and sit on the lawn to watch the sunset through the canopy leading out to the beach. On a handful of occasions, I'd see 2, sometimes 3, very small, gnome-looking things dash between the trunks of the palm trees. Their running speed is the likeness of a cat, and all on 2 legs. As quick as they move, I've been able to see that they're running on 2 legs. They resemble little cavemen. It looks like they use palm leaves and other plants for clothing. I've never been able to get a picture of them because of how randomly and sudden their appearance is. They're always in groups. I've heard them running through the trees way before I could point my finger as to what it was I was actually making that noise. When I actually heard and saw these tiny men run by, I thought, Well, I actually don't know what I thought. I knew what I had just seen, but I didn't believe that I had just seen it, if that makes sense. They gave me a year to question my sanity before showing up again. Now the quick scuffling of branches and sand in the bushes put me a little more on edge, but I became obsessed with seeing them again. The nights I was home alone, I'd stay up all night tracking their movements and shining a flashlight around my backyard. But fleeting glances as they ran from the light was all I'd ever managed to see. Until one unforgettable evening. The sun had just set. I was tired from work that day and wasn't planning on going out into the backyard that night. I also didn't want to hear my wife complain about cigar smoke in the house, so I went out to the back deck to enjoy a beer and a smoke. Further past the yard, I see an owl flying around in the sky. It looked as if it was eyeing something in the tree canopy, and its flight path keeps slowly drifting lower, closer to my yard. Then, the owl dives into the leaves of the palm trees and flies back out of the branches with one of those cave people in its talons. A second little person's trying to jab the owl with a small, sharpened object. It looked like they were desperately trying to knock their buddy loose, but the owl was huge compared to them. The little guy with the spear lost his grip and hurtled down through the canopy. I could hear its body snap the branches all the way to the canopy floor. The owl exits slow and labored, but there were multiple tiny spears stuck in its wings and back. Some fell out of its wings, but there were a few that looked deep. Then, mid-flight, the owl dispatches the struggling caveman into its talons. It didn't stand a chance against the aggressive pecking. The owl was biting at the tiny man's skull and upper torso, while holding it securely in its talons. The owl didn't stop, but eventually the body draped in the wind like a plastic bag as the owl flew away too far to see. It all made me really sick and sad to see. I felt really bad for these tiny people. It really messed with me seeing such visceral carnage on something that resembled a human. Albeit small, but closely resembled. Still don't know what they were, but I have to believe they feel pain and loss just like us. But until I'd told this story on things like wild, kooky cryptid forums, I've never had the means to talk about how much seeing it affected me. I could never even tell my therapist. I think there's a lot of shit that happens on Earth that people, more likely than not, think someone's gonna put me in a mental hospital if I tell them what I saw. And that's what I thought. Still do. That's why I'm talking to you instead of seeking help on capturing one of these creatures for evidence. Oh, and I'm not allowed 100 feet from the property nowadays either, so that's another reason I stopped searching for answers. Hi, I'm new here, and I don't normally enjoy spooky stuff, but my little sister is kind of obsessed, and she swore that this would be a safe place to share my story. I'm not even sure if it's a good one, but I'm getting pretty freaked out, and I feel like a nutbag when I try to tell my friends about it. I live in a small town where every other building has been named a historical landmark, so all the homes and businesses are extremely old. Many of the bigger houses downtown have been separated into individual apartments, including where I live. It would normally be too expensive for my pay grade, but the landlord offered me a deal that I couldn't refuse for taking the basement quarters. I figured that there was some gruesome murder story behind her generosity, but she said the reduction was to compensate for the lack of cell service. Apparently, all of the concrete does a bang-up job of blocking our reception, unless you leave your phone sitting on the window, which, don't forget, is a tiny rectangle under the ceiling because we're in a basement. But at the end of the day, I was desperate to get my own place, so I took it. I should also add that you can't gain access to any part of the building without knowing the gate code, so it's not like random people can just wander inside. Once you enter, the ground floor and upstairs apartments are in one direction, and the stairs for my place are tucked off to the left. There's nothing down there except for my apartment and an old storage closet, meaning there's no reason for anyone to be on those steps, except for myself and the maintenance man. Just a quick note about that guy. He's an elderly widow who doesn't even live in the building. He takes several days to come around here when there's a problem, and I've never seen him move faster than a snail. I'm not saying that he's not capable of it. I'm just saying it's extremely unlikely that he's responsible for my problems, considering it would be very difficult for him to come and go without being noticed. Each time he appears, every tenant swarms him. When you descend the basement stairs, there's a long hallway with the closet at the end, and my door is on the right about midway down. Every step you take, no matter how soft, echoes, so it's very hard to be stealthy, even if you want to be. Towards the end of my first week there, I was working on my laptop when I heard someone run down the stairs and through the hall. Thinking it must be a kid, I stuck my head out the door to chase them off. Only no one was there. It's a straight hallway. From my door, I have a clear view of each end, and nobody was there. They couldn't have left before I looked either. I'm positive the footsteps were on the closet end of the hall when I got the door open. Ultimately, I decided that it must have been someone upstairs, and I went back to work. After my first month in the apartment and having a few friends over, I became very accustomed to the difference in what it sounds like when someone is descending my steps or the ones above me. The difference in volume alone is unmistakable, but my stairs are also the only ones that make a loud echo. The second incident happened the night before Halloween. This time I heard someone scream before pounding their way down my steps and through the hall. I got to the door just as the steps were passing my apartment, but the second it opened, they vanished mid-stride. I even considered the possibility that they were hiding in the closet, but there were only cleaning supplies inside. Over the next couple of weeks, I put a great deal of effort into befriending one of the tenants. As it turns out, there are no kids living in my building. The lady in the attic apartment sometimes has her grandkids over, but they weren't visiting on either occasion I heard footsteps. It happened for a third time a few days ago. This was the worst one yet, and what prompted me to finally seek advice. There was no scream, but the footsteps sounded louder than ever, and instead of running past my door, they stopped right in front of it. My heart stopped dead in my chest when the banging began. I somehow found the courage to look through the peephole and saw a frightened young woman staring in the direction of the stairs as she continued her desperate knocking. I instantly forgot all about the possibility of ghosts or whatever spooky story I'd created in my mind. That girl was there, outside my door, terrified, but very real, until I actually yanked the door open, and no one was there. Again, there wasn't so much as a trace of the echo left from her insistent knocks. Also, there's no history of mental illness on either side of my family. That's probably a good thing to mention. I just don't understand. Is it possible for just the hallway to be haunted? Because nothing has ever happened inside my apartment, and the other tenants have sworn that they've never experienced anything strange in the building. I don't know. I'm at a loss. Part of me knows that I should try to learn if someone fitting her description has died here, but I really don't want to know the answer. Someone please just tell me what to do. As a security guard, I've definitely seen some creepy things. Nothing flashy like you'd see in a movie, sadly. Any of the stuff that happens is usually a mundane maintenance issue, steam leaks, failing equipment, old pipes, etc. Quirks of the building also come into play. Faint pops and clicks, strange smells of unknown, all normal. What does happen that makes a guard like me get shaky, even after 5 years in the same buildings, are the things that defy explanation after weeks of research and consultations. Things that happen when I'm the only living thing in the building and the cameras outside confirm there's not a single person in 500 meters around me. Things like the booming laughter of a jovial man coming from the security hallway at 3 a.m., whistle or hum a tune in the first floor gallery. Sometimes, if you stop mid-phrase, an answering whistle will finish the tune from the balcony above you. The distinctive scent of marijuana smoke filling a room like someone's been smoking in there for hours. It fills the room in seconds, lasts a while, and disappears just as suddenly. The cameras are set to record whenever they detect motion. A couple of corridors, including the one outside security, record the minimum 3 seconds constantly throughout both day and night. Like the hall is continuously traversed by unseen people. The facial recognition boxes were turned off by request of former guards years ago, because the system was trying to recognize faces of unseen persons going in and out of the security office. This would happen every couple of minutes. Shadows of people walking across cameras as you watch them, but never set off the recording software. At first, I thought these were pareidolia, effects brought on by fatigue or hallucination. Because yes, that does happen too. But this is specifically when fully awake and focusing on a single camera, and a shadow passes by. Like there's someone backlit, walking just out of frame. Conversations. The sound is clear, but the voices and what they're saying are muffled, and they're coming from a nearby room, taking place next to a catwalk 80 feet in the air. Some of these things happen regularly, while others were a one-time thing, or happen very infrequently. I notice them more when I'm awake and fully functional. The sleepier I am, or the less focused, the less disturbing my shift tends to be. When I was pregnant with my son, I was homeless and stuck with an abusive guy. We went to stay with his cousin who was actively smoking crack and would have violent outbursts. The family was incredibly abusive as well and would make me do the dishes, take out the dogs, and mop the floors while not being allowed to shower. They took the handle off. They also wouldn't let me eat dinner with them. We would have to sit in the other room. I was at the end of my mental rope and stuck. The house was so dark, and the wife would tell stories about how her young child was afraid to be alone upstairs because of the shadows that were following him, and she was pushed down the stairs once. I always felt someone over my shoulder, and I'd see people out of the corner of my eye, so I felt for that child. Sometimes I would try to catch a glimpse of the shadows, only to see a family member standing there, or no one. I knew that I wasn't crazy. Sure, everyone in the house spoke about small black shadows, but everyone in the house was smoking crack, except for the children and me. So I couldn't really explain away these little shadow legs that would quickly run across the floor. I should add that this house and area was about 100 years old. The guy who had a room upstairs, another cousin, would talk about how the curtains would sway as though someone was touching them, but there was no wind. One night, I went through the front entrance. I hated it. It was dark, and I had to walk down the walkway with bushes on either side. At night, it sort of freaked me out, but it was so close to my car, and my pregnant ass was craving mandarins, which were in the back seat. I walked quickly to the car. On the way back, in the dark of the bushes, was a deep growl. My first thought was, oh my God, I forgot to bring in one of the dogs. I hurried in and accounted for all of the dogs. I thought back to the growl. It was unusual. It made my skin crawl. I guess the icing on the cake for this place was my ex and I, talking face to face on opposite couches. In the middle of us, we hear, shh, super loud. And we both freeze. Did you hear that? Was that you? No. I didn't even bother asking him. I knew it wasn't him. I was watching him talk. We both just sort of shrugged it off and said figures and went back to talking. I really hated that house. It radiated sadness and anger and so much more. True story. Virginia Beach, my girlfriend and I decided to soak up the last bit of nature before we hit the road. As the light faded and the sun was setting, we realized we'd stayed too long. The park's gates were about to close. We didn't want to get locked in. The place was dead quiet. No other cars, no other people. We jumped in the car and started heading for the exit. And that's when we saw her. A young girl sitting on a cement block by the side of the road. She was wearing an old-fashioned, long dress, the kind you'd see in history books. In her hands, she held a large red ball, perfectly still. She was pale, thin, long brown hair. She didn't even glance at us as we drove by, just stared straight ahead, like she was waiting for something. It's hard to explain, but it felt wrong. Who was she waiting for? Why wasn't she in a hurry to leave the park? We kept going, trying to shake the weirdness of it, but things somehow got worse. Ahead of us, a man stood in the middle of the road, blocking our path. He looked just as out of place as the girl, dressed in suspenders over a dirty white shirt, black pants caked with mud. He waved his arms, motioning for us to stop, but something about him was off. As we got closer, we could see his face. His eyes were wild. His mouth was twisted with anger. He didn't look like someone who needed help. He looked like someone who we needed to get away from. "Don't stop," my girlfriend whispered. I didn't. I swerved to the side, and the man lunged towards the car. His fingers slapped against the window as we sped past. When I glanced in the rearview mirror, my stomach dropped. He was running after us full sprint, his arms pumping like he'd been waiting all night for a chase. We hit the gas. The tires were screeching as we made it to the gate. I remember I glanced back one last time, and there was nobody there. We never went back. We never figured out who or what they were. When one of my grandmothers passed away, I was young. She'd been angry with me because of decisions that I'd made after asking for and ignoring her advice, then learning she was right. She hadn't spoken to me for quite some time prior to getting sick. The day she passed away, I'd gone to the hospital to see her and let her meet my 6-month-old daughter. She was so weak, we really couldn't talk, so nothing was really said except "I love yous" and lots of tears. We'd been home for about an hour from visiting her when my phone rang. Someone else answered and said it was for me. It was kind of late in the evening and unusual for a call. I said hello and heard a woman's voice, very weak, on the other line saying, "Everything is okay. I love you." The line went silent. Chills ran over my entire body, and I froze for a minute. It was my grandma's voice, but I knew she couldn't make that phone call. I immediately called the hospital, and the nurse told me that I needed to contact a family member. They couldn't tell me anything. I called my grandpa and was informed that about an hour after I'd left the hospital, Grandma passed away. No one had called anyone in the family yet. The only ones who knew were those that were with her at the time. I fully believe that call was from my grandma after she passed, to let me know she always loved me, even when she was angry with me. I always knew that, never doubted it. I'm not here to claim demonic possession is real, or that I know a goddamn thing about it. I'm just here to relay a story, one that I experienced firsthand, but can't really explain it outside of what I'm going to share here. I was sitting in the doctor's office waiting to have some lab work done. This was all for a physical required for employment, and yes, everything came back normal. Then the nurse lady called me back and I followed her to my exam room. She was really nice and we just kind of made small talk on the way there. Just as we were about to walk inside the room, she stopped and said, "Oh, I don't know where my head is at today. We've got to go get your height and weight. Follow me." So I follow her back towards the scales. When we get there, she starts to sort of ramble to herself. And I don't know if she wants weight or height first, so I take my shoes off and then step under the height measuring thing. Then she snapped at me. "No, not there, idiot." So, when I say snapped, I mean it. It was harsh and loud, but more than anything, even her calling me an idiot, I was most disturbed by the voice. It didn't even sound like the same woman who'd been speaking before. It was guttural and masculine. The kind woman who had been escorting me moments ago had somehow disappeared inside this monster of a human. Her eyes, I could have sworn they were almost bright blue before, but now they were so dark I struggled to find color. Another nurse heard it, of course, and walked over to see if everything was all right, to which my nurse responded by snapping in the same voice, "Mind your own damn business." I'd never seen an adult person act this way, let alone a nurse. I was shocked, so much so that I hadn't even moved from underneath the height thingy. Then I watched as my nurse clasped her hands over her mouth. It was as if she was shocked by her own behavior, and before I knew it, she was crying and excusing herself entirely. The other nurse looked about as shocked as I did, but eventually composed herself and took over where the last nurse had stopped. Honestly, I was about ready to leave and reschedule the whole thing, but it already took me so damn long to get this appointment I couldn't bring myself to bail. I never saw that nurse again, but I heard her. It was while I was waiting in my room for my new nurse to bring me some pamphlets on smoking cessation. It was that unmistakable, guttural voice, and it was coming from just outside my room. I could hear her telling someone to get the hell away from her, followed by what sounded like someone getting pushed. Needless to say, I was waiting a while, but when I finally got to talk to the doctor again, I asked her if everything was okay with that nurse. I mentioned that she called me an idiot and appeared to be having some sort of breakdown. The doctor just assured me that she would be fine. She's going to take the day off, of course, but she'll be fine. She then asked if there was anything she could do to make me feel better. Anything that could make my experience better. It was weird, sort of like I was at a hotel or something, but I told her I was fine. I wasn't going to lodge a complaint or anything like that. I was just genuinely worried about that woman. She thanked me for my concern, and that was that. I opted to use a different facility moving forward, so no idea whatever happened to that nurse. But I sure hope she got the help she needed, and hopefully it was a priest. This happened a few years ago. My mother called me to tell me that she was going to have a birthday party for my father. We usually have dinner, so a party was something different. I wasn't really in the mood for it, only because he's a realtor and tons of people I didn't know would be there. Add the fact that the house has a medium-sized backyard with a pool, and the lighting inside sucks, so you're standing room only in the house and in near dark, with a little more room outside. It was all okay. I did my best to be social, but I stayed in the backyard for the most part. Looking around, I noticed a woman with a boy, 7 years old or so, basically attached at her hip. Anytime they caught my eye, he had his arms around her waist so tight and was looking at me blankly. I didn't approach them. I thought maybe he was autistic or not feeling well or something, but it seemed odd to bring him to this late-night party. When the party thinned out, my sister-in-law asked me, "What did you see?" I said, "What?" Like I didn't know what she was talking about, because at that moment I really didn't know. She said, "I felt something in the backyard, but you could see it. I could tell." I said I didn't see anything strange, but then I said that people shouldn't be bringing their kids to adult parties that run this late, especially when the child clearly doesn't want to be here. She said, "What child?" I pointed out the woman, and there was no longer a child by her side. So I said, "I guess they had enough sense to take the boy home." She looked at me, horrified, saying, "There was no boy. That woman, she lost her son a few years back to cancer." I was told later, even by my parents, that there were no children at that party. I drove home freezing the whole time. I couldn't get past the boy's blank expression. "Try to rest, little man." This isn't my story exactly, but I heard about it and saw the evidence from those involved. My mother's late boyfriend, who we'll call Steve, grew up in a small town called Oakville. Steve would often take my youngest sisters and my mother to visit family there. He's big on photography, so he was always looking for fun and cool places to take the family where he could take photos. While my brother and I had already moved out, my mom and sisters were still living with Steve at the time. I had already had 3 kids, so it wasn't feasible for me to join them on these trips. On one particular visit, Steve decided to take them to an old mansion called Graywood Manor, which wasn't far from Oakville. The sun was shining, and it was perfect weather for a hike and some photography. After returning home from the somewhat uneventful visit, Steve had the photos developed. This was almost 25 years ago, so they were using rolls of film. Surprisingly, every photo, except one, captured the joyous atmosphere of the sunny day. The odd photo, however, showcased Graywood Manor at night during a fierce thunderstorm, with lightning illuminating the sky. Strangely enough, the negative for this photo was sandwiched between the normal photos that depicted the sunny day. No one noticed anything unusual when the photo was taken. It was only discovered by the person developing the film. Steve kept the photo and the negative until his passing this summer, and none of us could explain the inexplicable occurrence. I had the opportunity to see the photos and negatives myself, and they left us all bewildered. I wish I'd taken it with me. To this day, the mystery behind that particular photo remains unsolved. The sun was beginning to set as I walked along the busy city street, lost in my own thoughts. I always enjoyed the sunset and thought it was the best part about getting off before 8 p.m. It had been a long day, and I was looking forward to getting home. The sunset just made it easier. As I approached the crosswalk, I pressed the button, waiting for the signal to grant me permission to cross. Impatiently, I glanced at my watch, knowing I was already running late. Finally, the walk sign flashed green, and I stepped onto the sidewalk, feeling a sense of relief. But just as I took that step, a deafening screech pierced the air. Time seemed to slow down, and I turned my head instinctively. To my horror, I saw a car hurtling towards me, just inches away, its headlights blinding me. Fear gripped me, and I froze in place, unable to move. In that split second, a rush of emotions flooded through me. My heart pounded in my chest, my senses heightened to an almost unbearable level. I felt a surge of adrenaline, a primal instinct to survive mixed with the knowledge that I was going to die. And then, the impact. The force of the impact was like nothing I had ever experienced. I was tossed into the air like a puppet in the hands of fate. Everything around me became a blur followed by black. Then, for a moment, I thought I must have come to. But the view, it was wrong. Instead of staring up into a sea full of onlookers, I was standing next to the onlookers, looking down at myself. I caught glimpses of horrified faces, gasps of disbelief, and the screeching sound of brakes being forcefully applied all around the scene. I looked around, and it was chaos. I remembered soaring through the air and thinking that time had stretched indefinitely, thoughts racing through my mind, memories of loved ones, regrets, sheer disbelief that this was happening to me. I remember praying that this wasn't the end, even though I was sure that it was. Then, as abruptly as the whole thing had began, everything went silent. I was now lying on the pavement, pain coursing through my body. I felt a mix of relief and terror. Relief that I was still alive, that I was in this viewpoint, and terror of the uncertainty of what I really looked like. Could I move my limbs? Was my head split open? I had no idea and was too afraid or in too much pain to move. People rushed to my side, calling for help, offering words of comfort. Still, I just couldn't believe I was actually alive. I could hear the distant wails of sirens growing louder. Paramedics arrived, their faces painted with looks of concern and professionalism. The accident, it had shattered my sense of invincibility, that's for sure, reminding me to cherish the people and experiences around me, the ones that really matter. And I'm definitely checking both ways multiple times before crossing. I won't lie, the weeks that followed the accident were filled with pain, physical and emotional, but I slowly healed. I continued to recall my experience after the accident. I don't really know what to make of it, but I'm grateful for every step that I do take. Excuse my intrusive thoughts for a moment. Please know I'm not thinking of offing myself, and I hope this question doesn't trigger anyone. But there's something I've been wondering about, and I can't really quiz my coworkers with an icebreaker like this. So, here goes. If you were to jump off a building, would you face forward or backward when you leapt? There's pros and cons for each direction, I think. Facing forward, you're given the chance to know exactly when your death will be, as the hustle and bustle of the city life continues. I'd imagine a joyous warmth would engulf the soul, reminiscent of Christmas morning as a child, when the wonders of Santa Claus still exist, maybe, able to witness all that you'll leave behind. The men and women going to and from work with no purpose besides filling their pockets for a weekend distraction from reality. The imagery of your impact on the concrete will be seen by at least a few of them. The sudden carnage that lays before them is bound to be retained within their psyche. It may even be enough to change their purpose in life, ignite the inspiration they were missing. Maybe not. Who knows? Or you could jump backwards. You think you'd only indulge this option on a day with the clear skies in the forecast. Consider leaving early in the morning or late afternoon for the best chance of a picture-perfect sky to gaze into. It's superior in aesthetics compared to the dingy streets being the last image you'll see, but you won't know how long that image will be able to be cherished. Personally, I feel like it would force my attention on trying to soak it all in, instead of appreciating the last moment of my final artistic gesture. There's millions of actors all dancing to their own music on the world stage. Unfortunately, my husband Lisha was unintentionally in the audience during someone's final performance. I can say truthfully that the trauma he experienced by seeing it stuck with him years later, and clearly his retelling of the events haven't left me either. In 2018, Lisha is on a construction job in Lower Manhattan. He's one of the leads on this project and had to be the first one on site to unlock the gates surrounding the construction zone. On a typical morning in August, Lisha's just finished pulling the chains off the last fence of the yard. The last gate he's opening is across the street from the Deschutes Bank Center. Also attached to that same building is the Mandarin Oriental Hotel and some ultra-expensive luxury apartments. When Lisha gets the last lock, he slides the key back into his pocket while turning around. It was a clear summer morning, and as he looked up to really take in the morning sunrise, he also saw a man stepping off of the 55-story building. then falling over 750 feet. Lisha told me the man landed on the glass mark of the hotel with such force it sounded like a bomb had gone off. The impact would split the man's body in half, sending bloody pieces of him flying in multiple directions. Some even landed across the street into the construction site. Emergency vehicles shut down the whole block within a few minutes. Soon, Lisha was able to return home, after relocking all of the gates in a dazed shock. When he got home, he told me what happened. I saw the small spots of blood that freckled his yellow vest. When he first came in and told me, I thought that he was lying because of how nonchalantly he had retold before going to the shower. Pretty sure he was still in shock. That night, however, I'd woken up to Lisha thrashing in bed with night terrors, jolted awake by one of his kicks to see him punching his arms violently into the darkness, or screaming. He's asleep the whole time while acting this way too. Lisha's mom told me that he used to have a sleepwalking problem in high school, but nothing close to what he was doing now. I asked Lisha what he'd been seeing in his dreams, but he either wouldn't or couldn't talk about it. 3 days later, work would call him, telling him they'd been okayed to return to the site the next day. Lisha speechless on the phone. Then he quickly ended the call and dropped his phone onto the hardwood floor of our dining room. He then sits on the floor, and for the first time since the incident, he cries. We sat on the floor together, and Lisha told me about his nightmares, about how that morning plays over and over and over. Every night he's either in his truck getting to work or already at the last gate, and every time he sees the man plummet through the glass canopy of the hotel, the body splits into two when it hits the road. Sometimes one of the parts or both would reanimate back to life, crawling towards Lisha, dragging whatever pieces were still attached to it at the side. It's really some dark shit that I don't need to keep going further with. There's just something so wildly insane about having your life changed forever in such a brutal way by someone that you've never even met. Anyway, take care everyone, and thanks for listening. This was about 16 years ago. It was just another early morning shift for me at the post office. I was lost in my own thoughts, methodically sorting through the letters and parcels, when something caught my attention from the corner of my eye, just outside the window. I glanced up, expecting to see a stray dog or perhaps a coworker coming in early. But what I saw left me frozen in place, there hovering against a pre-dawn sky, just a few feet off the ground, was a sight that defied explanation. A shining, metallic object, sleek and, for lack of a better word, otherworldly. At the time, it could only be described as looking like something out of a science fiction movie, suspended in the air, emitting this glow. Maybe nowadays people could try to shape their drones like this, but the object, its shape seemed to shift and shimmer. Something I don't even think holographic paint could accomplish. The object seemed to be casting an ethereal glow, unlike anything I'd ever seen in the sky or otherwise. I couldn't tear my eyes away from it. The feeling of awe, the tinge of fear, but mostly the sense of wonder. It was all washing over me, all as I tried to comprehend what I was actually seeing. I was so distracted by its iridescent glow, its sleek and oval shape. How long had I been standing there, transfixed by this seemingly impossible thing? It felt really hard to tell. Time seemed to stand still as I watched the object hang in the air, its presence slightly unsettling yet amazing. I searched frantically for any sort of wires or string, something to indicate that this was fabricated by a human as a joke, a prop, but I came up short and instead found myself just mesmerized by the thing. But as I continued to stare, a deep sense of unease crept over me. I shouldn't be here, repeated in my mind, but it didn't even seem to be my own thought. The sheer impossibility of what was happening, what I was witnessing. It gnawed at my mind as a chill ran down my spine. That's when I realized that moving or simply looking away wasn't that simple. I found myself trying hard, only I couldn't take my eyes away. But my hands, I could move those. I fumbled across the desk with my hands, searching for my phone, desperate to capture some sort of evidence of this object. But as quickly as I'd started moving, and as quickly as it had seemed to appear, it vanished. One moment it was there, a silent but obvious object in the sky, and the next it had vanished without a trace. I felt a surge of disorientation, maybe disbelief, my heart racing in my chest, and for the next hour or so, I had to keep retelling myself what had happened. It was like the memory wanted to disappear, like a dream. The rest of the day, my thoughts were consumed by the encounter. I couldn't shake that feeling that had seized me during those moments, the lingering sense that something unknowable was hovering just beyond the walls of the post office. Days turned into weeks, and then still, to this day, I find myself scanning the skies at every opportunity, half hoping for another glimpse and half dreading the possibility of encountering something again. There is an old mining road past Granite Falls, Washington, one that people say is haunted. The mine itself, I'm sure, is too. Personally, I don't know how I feel about ghosts. I believe in them. I've seen them. And I've never been one to see something and live in denial about what I've seen, no matter how unreal it may be, especially to an outsider. You ever try to tell someone about your genuine experience and they unintentionally make you feel insane? Well, it happens. One time too many, so now I reserve my stories for people who at least have a desire to hear them. The skeptic is a lot more open-minded than a non-believer, that's for sure. Anyway, saying I don't know how I feel about them, what are they exactly? Like the man I've seen on this road. He's a disappearing act. Several people I know have reported seeing the same man or apparition of a man that I have, just past Silverton, right where Perry Creek sits. He's always walking in the same direction the cars are driving, always going east, meaning you never get to see his face. It's odd to see someone walking that way, but not really. The only reason to go out there would be to go into the woods, or if you have property out there. I don't, but my buddy does. It's not uncommon that we just paintball on his property or take the four-wheelers out. We do that a lot. But every once in a while, for the past 6 years, I've seen this guy walking. At first I thought, okay, a hiker or a tweaker. But no, he was dressed in some seriously old-looking clothes. He wore a floppy-style hat that I can't even place. Suspenders and boots, and brown, worn-to-shit pants. I had to know what this guy's face looked like. Was he 25 or 85, you know? I instantly crank my head out the window to catch a glimpse of this guy, but as I do, he's just gone. He was nowhere. But there was nowhere for him to go. I tell my buddy, and he says, just wait, but I'll see him again. I asked him, who is this guy? He said, he's exactly what you think he is, dude. He's a ghost. As in, not real or not alive. He then tells me some stories about Lime Kiln Trail. That it's got an old abandoned mining town community still in it. Buildings still up and everything, just abandoned. People explore this place, and it's a literal ghost town, I guess. He said the whole woods are said to be haunted. The very woods that we ride around in all the time. I don't know. Maybe. But if so, I've never seen anything outside of this man on the road. But I'll give it to him. My buddy was right, and I've seen this dude a handful of times. He obviously had too, but it's more than that. It's like people all over know about this place, and I'm just learning about it. I don't fuck with caves or mines, so I won't be going there to find out if it's haunted or whatever. But I will say, the man on the road, he's a ghost. Each time was the same experience, almost. You'd pass him, and even if you didn't take your eyes off the man, he was gone the moment you actually passed him. One time I tried to drive slowly to see if I could holler at a ghost. Maybe they need a ride or something too, you know? He didn't react when I called out, but I slowly just kind of drove behind him. That's probably the time that I got the best look at his clothes. But regardless how long I drove like that behind him, he didn't react or behave any differently. Didn't respond to my calls, and eventually I just had to pass the guy. And of course when I did, he disappeared. I think the scariest time was the last time, which was at night. I had never really seen him during the night, maybe towards sunset, but I almost missed him entirely, which is what scared me so bad. The road is not one that you want to be walking down regardless, but at night, it's just idiotic. There's no streetlights, it's not heavily inhabited, and people like me drive fast down this road. I got to Perry Creek and wasn't thinking about the ghost at all, until something jetted in front of my truck. So quick that by the time I hit the brakes, it felt like it happened minutes ago, not seconds. I started driving slowly, looking around for just about anything, and I saw the man. Caught him at the edge of my headlights. He was back on the normal side of the road, headed in the same direction he always was. I don't know what came over me, but I remember actually yelling out my window, "You need to be more careful." Yeah, I had a good laugh about that one too. Couple of things, though, I still can't quite figure out. Why do I only see this guy when I'm heading east, but not west? Like, why is it that no one has yet to see his face? It's almost as though he's on a loop, and I just can't wrap my head around what all that means. When I was approximately 10 years old and my younger brother was 8 years old, we lived in a house on a vast plot of land surrounded by forests filled with trees. It was basically the perfect setting for our favorite childhood game, hide and seek. We'd often play with our friends who lived in the surrounding homes. On one particular day, during the late afternoon, me and my friend were doing our best to stay hidden in the trees. Meanwhile, my brother was just as diligently attempting to locate us. Interestingly, I could hear his voice calling out my name from a short distance away, and there was an evident tinge of fear in his voice. Curiosity got the better of me. I needed to investigate the source of his fear. As I walked towards what I thought was him, I stumbled upon a small clearing nestled under the protective canopy of trees. I no longer heard my brother, but to my astonishment, there was an almost colossal figure, entirely white in complexion, standing in the middle of the clearing. My friend had been following behind and had just made it to where I was when he stopped in his tracks. The figure didn't seem to notice our presence. Instead, it stood statue-like, staring directly up at the sky so we couldn't see its face, arms stretched to its sides. It made no sounds, but it did appear to be a light source. It was either glowing in and of itself, or the sun was catching it in a way that it appeared to be so bright. Whatever it was, in the eyes of two young children, it loomed at an astonishing height of 10 feet and was like nothing we'd ever seen before. The two of us had never been so silent. The sight had kept us pretty occupied, captivated by whatever this thing was. However, we unintentionally made noise by readjusting ourselves, and we could hear others approaching. Worried the thing might disappear, we tried to consider getting closer to convince it to stay. But as soon as I had the thought, which I seemed to share with my friend, the statue-like figure changed positions, arms down at its side, facing forward. It started to slowly dissipate before it suddenly vanished into the trees with remarkable speed. It seemed to effortlessly almost fly through the trees, like light itself. There was no way we could catch up to this thing. I remember my friend saying it literally looked like a ghost. He was right. It wasn't bound to this earth by any of the same things we were. Naturally, we were quite shaken and excited by the occurrence, so we did what most kids would do, hurried indoors and told our parents. However, they were skeptical. They suggested that what we saw might have just been a large white dog or something like that. We were firm in our recounting of the figure. We were firm that it was not a dog. In detail, we described the towering figure the best we could, how it was emitting a white glow, how it simply vanished into thin air. Still, a white dog was the best they could come up with. Nevertheless, to this day, I'm certain that we did indeed witness something. We felt no fear when we laid eyes on it, but we never encountered it again. We contemplated the possibility that it could have been a spirit from one of the numerous vehicles or homes we discovered on our property. But truth be told, who knows for sure? I was once working nights at a hospital for patients with severe mental issues. Very few of the patients were actually physically sick as much, so we often had very little to do throughout the midnight hours. So one night, somebody brought in a Ouija board and a few of us huddled around to ask questions of the spirits. I was very skeptical about it, until the glass we were using suddenly flew off the table and smashed against the wall. That was unnerving, to say the least, and I've never personally used one since. However, that's not really the story I wanted to tell you. This one belongs to my mother. My late mother was an absolutely no-nonsense kind of woman, aka a harden. She wasn't one known for her sense of humor, and certainly wasn't one to tell fanciful tales. So, I've no reason to doubt her word. My mother was a divorcee when she met my father, and it was she who divorced her first husband, Frank. This was in the 1930s. Frank was a bookie and was often out of the house taking bets at places all over town. One night, when my mother had been left alone again, she decided to pop over the road to visit a neighbor friend of hers. They had a few drinks together. Then the woman brought out a Ouija board, and they decided to ask questions of it. My mother couldn't really think of questions to ask, but finally decided to ask where her husband, Frank, was, knowing full well that he was at his office. However, the board replied that he was at a local dance hall. My mother was shocked and asked further questions. What is he doing? Who is he with? Etc. The board told her that he was there with a woman, and further revealed that they were having an affair together. My mother, not one to sit back and do nothing, immediately grabbed her coat and dashed out to the dance hall, hoping, of course, that the board was not telling the truth. However, it had been, and my mother found Frank and his girlfriend there and confronted the pair. I can only imagine the scene she created. Her voice, when raised, could compete with any fighter jet taking off. She immediately filed for divorce. From then on, she always blamed the Ouija board for destroying her marriage. But I don't know. I like to think that it helped her. My time spent working at the Riverside Inn was both a blessing and a curse. It's an old building that exudes charm, a beautifully preserved building from a whole different era, surrounded by lovely shops and friendly shop owners. It's just all around a great place to be. Yet as the night falls, quite literally when it gets dark, I couldn't help but feel like there was more going on there. Haunted? Honestly, probably. Though I tend to think almost anything that's got history has history, and that includes ghosts. My first encounters came during my late night shifts at the front desk. As I sat there, boring myself with paperwork, unnecessarily organizing my already organized space, I would catch glimpses of fleeting shadows out of the corner of my eye. I would turn to face them, but then there'd be nothing there. I could brush this kind of thing off, but only so many times. I felt like the more I talked to my coworkers about it, the more stuff would happen. Maybe that's a natural progression, or maybe I was just paying closer attention. Because sometimes the shadows felt more like they would take the shape of people. I can't prove it, but others would describe what they'd see as silhouettes versus shadows. I believed we were all seeing the same things. The only time I ever caught a real glimpse was when I was exiting the elevator at night. I watched a shadow form to my left near the entrance of the hotel. As I turned, but before I faced it entirely, I saw the shape and decor of a woman, one who was wearing something not of this century. As I faced her, it was like in the same instant she vanished. No more silhouette, no more woman. But I had seen her. This was many years ago, but even then there were ghost hunters, paranormal investigators. We'd get several of them coming through the hotel, and we'd frame their published articles mentioning the hotel. We would embrace and highlight their findings. Of course, I don't know if these people were honest, but what I can tell you is that the hotel doesn't participate. We don't have anything rigged up to help these individuals sell whatever it is they may want to sell. We just allow them to rent a room at a reduced rate. They agree to share their findings, be truthful, etc. And then the media department approves whatever it is they plan on publishing. It's not just the ghost hunters who come looking for ghosts, though. It's likely no surprise that lots of people enjoy the whole haunted appeal. Curious creatures. Guests would sometimes like to discuss and report on the noises emanating from empty rooms or desolate hallways. Some guests even spoke of seeing apparitions at the foot of their beds and otherworldly glow surrounding them. One particular room, nicknamed the Whispering Suite, gained quite the reputation. Reports of persistent whispers that seemed to come from within the walls, echoing through the room till they become almost deafening. Staff didn't experience this one, but then again, we didn't stay in the rooms. Possibly all this information being so in your face, yet eloquently presented right as you walk into the hotel, maybe it created a sort of mass hysteria. Like planting the idea, and now every sound or shadow is probably a ghost. But for what it's worth, my experiences are real, regardless of what anyone's written in any article. Besides the woman, I heard unexplained footsteps echoing down the hallways, as if someone is walking with purpose, even though the area would remain empty, whispering directly behind you. Only there's no one there, and it's unclear what's being said. I guess I'd call it disembodied voices. The first time it happened, I genuinely reacted as though a bee had flown in my ear. It was that close. I swatted at whatever it was, did a full 360 spin a few times, and yeah, no one. Nothing there physically, but there was still the faint sound of someone whispering, closely. The atmosphere of the hotel itself, the creaking floors, flickering lights, it all adds to the building's age-old charm, but they can also be little reminders that there's something more. I haven't felt or seen anything remotely like I did at the riverside. I think that's because I'm not really looking, and I'm not really expecting to find anything. But I believe if you start paying attention, and especially if you go looking for it, you will experience things you can't quite explain. I'm smoking a cigarette ankle deep in disgusting floodwater down on Atlantic Avenue. I got my big-ass rain boots on, and it's mad raining. People are getting rescued from cars and shit out here. I was standing under the cover of the building, looking out into this monsoon. There was no traffic on the road for obvious reasons, but out of nowhere, a large ripple started to form in the water, like something big was moving through it. Then the swell turned and started coming my way. The waves grew closer, and I stood there wondering what the hell was zipping around like this. Then, All I saw was a huge crocodile parting the wake. The son of a bitch was coming right for me. I should have kicked it in its lizard teeth for the way that it made me put my smoke out and run back inside. It was prehistoric how large this animal was. Snap a grown man up in one bite kind of shit. Never seen anything like it in my life. From the window, I watched it turn away and push itself back into the street river. Has anyone else ever seen this monster croc floating down Atlantic Avenue in Brooklyn? Jesus Christ, I'm literally shaking in my boots. Be safe out there, New York.